The promise.
The audit every species that survives long enough to reach the stars learns to write things down. I have audited contractual practices for the Hegemony Treaty Compliance Division across 19 species and 31 post-conflict assignments. The work is procedural. Every species that achieves interstellar capability develops some form of binding agreement, a mechanism by which two or more parties commit to specific actions under specific terms. The details vary. The TESEC use biochemical imprinting. Both parties secrete a bonding compound that creates a physiological aversion to breach. The Velthari use witness declarations before a tribunal of elders, with social exile as the penalty for violation. The Denharath carve their agreements into stone tablets and deposit them in communal vaults, believing that a promise made in permanent material becomes permanent itself. The forms differ. The structure does not. In 31 assignments across 19 species, I have identified 3 universal elements of binding agreements: documented terms, an enforcement mechanism, and a defined penalty for breach. Every species, every culture, every system of commerce I have encountered rests on this foundation. You write down what you agreed to. You establish who will enforce it. You define what happens if someone breaks it. This is not cultural. It is logical. A binding agreement without documentation is unverifiable. Without enforcement, it is unenforceable. Without penalty, it is meaningless. These 3 elements are not preferences. They are structural requirements, as fundamental to commerce as gravity is to architecture. I was assigned to Reconstruction Zone 11, population approximately 2.8 million across 216 settlements, for post-ceasefire commercial compliance auditing. Standard mandate: review human contractual practices, verify compliance with hegemony commercial standards, assess dispute resolution mechanisms, and produce a comprehensive compliance report. I arrived at the Zone 11 Administrative Center on a Tuesday. I unpacked my equipment, initialized my audit protocols, and requested the settlement's commercial records for the preceding 6 months. Standard procedure. I expected standard results. The initial audit was exemplary. Humans, I discovered, maintained extensive written contracts, purchase agreements, employment contracts, lease arrangements, service commitments, construction specifications, trade terms, all documented in considerable detail. Their legal framework was sophisticated. They had courts, arbitration panels, enforcement officers, penalty schedules. Breach of contract carried financial consequences, reputational damage, and in severe cases, restrictions on future commercial activity. I reviewed 412 commercial agreements from the administrative center's records. Format compliance, 97%. Documentation standards, adequate to excellent. Enforcement mechanisms, clearly defined. Penalty clauses, present in all formal agreements. Dispute resolution, a multi-tiered system of mediation, arbitration, and judicial review. By the standards of my compliance framework, human commercial practices were not merely adequate. They were among the most thoroughly documented I had encountered. The TESEC rely on biochemistry. The Velthari rely on social pressure. Humans had built an entire institutional infrastructure dedicated to ensuring that agreements were honored. I noted this in my preliminary report with some satisfaction. Zone 11's commercial practices were clean. The audit would be straightforward. I estimated completion within 40 days. On day 7, I began my field visits to individual settlements. Standard procedure. I observe commercial transactions directly, interview participants, verify that actual practice matches documented policy. It is in the field where discrepancies typically emerge. the gap between what a species writes in its contracts and what it actually does. I did not find a discrepancy. I found something I had no framework to classify. Settlement 44 was a mid-sized reconstruction community, 12,000 people, active commercial district, a market square where vendors sold building materials, food, tools, and salvaged goods. I positioned myself at a vantage point where I could observe transactions without interfering. The morning's commerce was unremarkable. I watched a woman purchase lumber, written receipt, agreed price, both parties signed. I watched a man negotiate a bulk order of concrete mix, terms documented, delivery date specified, penalty for late delivery noted. Standard. Clean. At approximately 10:30, I observed a transaction that did not fit. A man, later identified as Tomas Bren, a carpenter working on a residential reconstruction project, approached a building materials vendor. He needed 40 sheets of composite roofing, a specific grade suitable for the settlement's climate. The vendor had them in stock. They agreed on a price. Then Bren said, "I don't have the full amount until Friday. My crew's payment comes through Thursday." The vendor, a woman named Kira Das, no relation to me despite the phonetic similarity, looked at him for a moment. Then she said, "I'll hold them for you until Friday, I promise." No contract was produced. No deposit was required. No written record was created. No witness was called. No enforcement mechanism was discussed. No penalty for breach was established. The man said, "Thank you, Kira. I'll be here Friday morning." She said, "I know you will." He left. She moved the roofing sheets to a separate area of her stall and placed a handwritten note on them that read, "Held Tomas." I noted the time, the parties, and the terms of the verbal agreement. I flagged it as an anomaly, a binding commercial commitment with no documentation, no enforcement, and no penalty, and I continued my observation. On Friday morning, I returned to the market square. At 7:40 in the morning, Tomas Bren arrived at Kira Das's stall. He was carrying a payment pouch. She was already there. The roofing sheets were exactly where she had placed them 3 days earlier, the handwritten note still attached. He paid the full agreed amount. She counted it, nodded, and helped him load the sheets onto a hand cart. The entire transaction took less than 4 minutes. I approached the vendor after the customer had departed. I identified myself as a hegemony compliance auditor and asked about the transaction. She confirmed the details. Bren had needed the materials. He didn't have the money yet. She held them for him. I asked about the agreement structure. Where was the written contract? What enforcement mechanism secured the hold? What would have happened if he hadn't returned? She looked at me the way several humans had looked at me during previous audits, with polite patience, as though I were asking why water flows downhill. She said, "He said he'd come back Friday. I said I'd hold them. That's it." I asked, "What if he had not come back?" She shrugged. "Then I'd sell them to someone else, but he said he'd come back." I asked, "How did she know he would?" She said, "He promised." I asked, "What is the difference between a promise and a contract?" She thought about this for longer than I expected. Then she said, "A contract is what you sign when you don't trust someone. A promise is what you give when you do." I recorded her words. I returned to my workstation that evening and attempted to file the interaction under my standard compliance categories. It did not fit. There was no category for a binding commitment that had no documentation, no enforcement, no penalty for breach, and no mechanism of any kind, except the word of two people who had decided to trust each other. I created a new section in my personal notes. I titled it, Non-Contractual Binding Commitments. I did not know that this section would grow larger than the audit itself.
The promises.
They had a word for it that I could not translate because we had no equivalent concept. My audit continued on schedule. Commercial compliance was clean. I had no formal concerns, but I had begun noticing promises everywhere. On day 14, I was conducting a residential district survey, assessing housing contracts, lease agreements, property documentation, when I observed an interaction that had nothing to do with commerce. A woman was leaving her housing unit at 6:15 in the morning. She was dressed in heavy work clothes, a construction engineer, I later confirmed, assigned to the structural reinforcement project on the settlement's eastern perimeter. Difficult work. The eastern perimeter had sustained heavy bombardment during the war, and the remaining structures were unstable. Injuries on the site were not uncommon. A child, her daughter, approximately 6 years old, was standing in the doorway. She was crying, not loudly, the quiet, hiccuping crying of a child who is trying to be brave and failing. The woman knelt down. She was eye level with the child. She put both hands on the child's shoulders and said, "Nara, I promise I'll come home tonight." The child said, "You always promise." The woman said, "And I always come home." The child considered this. The logic was apparently sufficient. She wiped her face with the back of her hand and said, "Okay." The woman kissed her daughter's forehead, stood up, and walked to her transport. The child watched her go, then went back inside. I stood on the street and I could not move for several seconds. I understood what I had witnessed. A verbal commitment from one human to another. No documentation, no enforcement, no penalty clause. And the commitment was not for a commercial transaction, or a service delivery, or a material exchange. The commitment was, "I will survive today. I will return to you." This was not a promise that could be guaranteed. The eastern perimeter was dangerous. Structural collapses had injured 3 workers in the previous month. The woman was promising something that was not entirely within her control, and yet she promised. And the child believed her, not because of evidence or probability or contractual obligation, but because her mother had said the words, and the words had always been true before, and therefore the words would be true again. I returned to the same street the next morning, and the morning after that, for 7 consecutive days. Every morning the same scene, the woman leaving for work, the child in the doorway, sometimes crying, sometimes not. Every morning the same words with small variations. "I promise I'll come home." "I promise, little one." Same as always, "I promise." And every evening between 6:30 and 7 in the evening the woman returned. The child ran to her. The promise was fulfilled. Not by a court, not by an enforcement officer, not by a penalty clause. By the woman herself, who walked through the door because she had said she would. On the 5th day I spoke with the woman during her lunch break at the construction site. I explained that I was a compliance auditor studying human commitment practices. She seemed amused by the phrasing. I asked, "Why do you promise? Why not simply say you will try to come home?" She looked at me with an expression I had seen before, the polite patience, the sense that I was missing something obvious. She said, "Because I'll try doesn't help her sleep at night. I promise does." I asked, "But you cannot guarantee it. Your work is dangerous." She said, "I know." I asked, "Then how is the promise different from a statement you cannot verify?" She said slowly, as if choosing her words with great care, "Because the promise isn't about what's going to happen. It's about what I'm going to do. I'm going to do everything I can to come home. I'm going to be careful. I'm going to pay attention. I'm going to choose every minute of every shift to come home to her." That's what the promise means. It means I'm choosing her over everything else. She paused. Then she said, "And if something happens anyway, if I don't come home one day, at least she'll know I tried. She'll know I promised, and that meant I did everything I could." I recorded this. I added it to my personal notes under a new subsection I titled, Promises as Declarations of Intent vs. Guarantees of Outcome. It was, at the time, the most inadequate heading I had ever written. On day 21, I traveled to Settlement 91 to audit their reconstruction contracts. The settlement had been heavily damaged during the war. Over 60% of structures were destroyed or rendered uninhabitable. Reconstruction was extensive and ongoing. The commercial contracts for the reconstruction were exemplary. Detailed specifications, material lists, labor terms, timelines, penalty clauses for delays. My audit found no compliance issues. On paper, the reconstruction of Settlement 91 was a model of contractual rigor. Then I visited the school. The settlement's primary school had been destroyed in an artillery strike during the second year of the war. For 3 years, children had been educated in temporary shelters, converted storage buildings, repurposed community halls in good weather, an open field with portable boards. The reconstruction contract for the school had been signed 8 months earlier, with a completion target of 14 months. The foreman, a man named Joseph Krell, had promised it would be done in 10. This was not in the contract. The contractual deadline was 14 months, no penalty attached to an earlier completion. No bonus was offered. Joseph Krell had stood in front of his crew of 32 workers and in front of a community meeting of approximately 400 residents, and he had said, "The kids have waited long enough. I promise we'll have the school open before winter." Winter was 11 weeks away. The building was perhaps 70% complete. I assessed the remaining work: roofing, interior finishing, electrical systems, plumbing, flooring, painting, and calculated that the contractual timeline of 14 months was, if anything, optimistic. Completing it in 10 months would require a sustained effort significantly beyond normal working hours. The crew was working 12-hour days, 6 days a week. No additional compensation had been negotiated. The contractual work terms specified 8-hour shifts, 5 days a week. The additional hours were voluntary. I asked a crew member, a young woman named Sierra Venn, an electrician, why she worked 4 extra hours every day without additional pay. She said, "Joseph promised." I said, "Yes, but Joseph's promise does not contractually obligate you to work additional hours." She looked at me. She said, "Joseph promised the kids would have a school before winter. That means we all promised. That's how it works." I spent 3 days at the school construction site. What I observed was not in any compliance framework I had ever applied. The crew worked from 6 in the morning to 6 in the evening. At noon, a rotation of community members brought food, not from a catering contract, but from their own kitchens. A different family each day. They brought enough for the full crew plus themselves, and they sat with the workers and ate and talked about the school, what the classrooms would look like, where the playground would go, whether the library would have real books or only digital terminals. A man who had been a teacher before the war described the reading corner he wanted, and a carpenter on the crew said she would build the shelves herself, on her own time, as her contribution. None of this was in the contract. I spoke with Joseph Krell on my second day. He was a large man with rough hands and a direct manner of speaking. I asked him about the promise. I said, "Your contractual deadline is 14 months. You promised 10. Why?" he said. "Because 14 months is 4 more months of kids learning in a storage shed. You ever watched a 7-year-old try to do mathematics in a building with no windows?" I said, "But if you miss your promise, there is no penalty." "The contract gives you 14 months, he said. "The contract gives me 14 months. I gave them my word." I asked, "What is the difference?" he said. The contract is between me and the settlement council. My word is between me and those kids. If I miss the contract deadline, I pay a fine. If I break my word," he stopped. He looked at the half-built school. He said, "I'm not going to break my word." I asked, "How can you be certain?" He said, "Because I'll work every day until it's done. And my crew will too, because they promised me and I promised them and we all promised those kids. That's 33 people who gave their word. You know what that is?" I said I did not. He said, "That's a school before winter." I added the entry to my personal notes. The section on non-contractual binding commitments was now longer than the commercial audit itself. On day 28, I observed a medical consultation at the Settlement 44 clinic. I was there to audit healthcare service agreements, standard compliance work. The consultation was between Dr. Lena Marsh, a general practitioner, and a patient named Davy Oren. Oren was 67 years old. He had a degenerative joint condition that had been exacerbated by years of physical labor during the war and the Reconstruction. His mobility was declining. The available treatments were limited. The clinic had basic surgical capability, but not the advanced regenerative equipment that would have been available before the war. Dr. Marsh reviewed his scans. She explained the options. She was honest. The treatments available would slow the progression but not reverse it. Pain management was possible. Full restoration of mobility was not with current resources. Oren was quiet for a long time. Then he said, "Just tell me you'll try." Dr. Marsh said, "I promise I'll try." That was the commitment, not "I promise I'll cure you," not "I promise this will work." She promised effort. She promised attention and care and the full application of her skills with no guarantee of outcome. And it was enough. I watched Oren's face when she said those words. The tension left his shoulders. He nodded. He said, "That's all I needed to hear." I sat with this for the rest of the day. In my compliance framework, a commitment to try is meaningless. It specifies no deliverable, defines no standard of success, establishes no metric by which effort can be measured or verified. It is, by every standard I have been trained to apply, a non-commitment. The patient did not experience it as a non-commitment. He experienced it as the most important thing his doctor could have said. I added a note to my personal file. The humans have a category of promise that commits to process rather than outcome. The commitment is, "I will apply myself fully to your problem." The implied understanding is, "The outcome is uncertain, but my effort is not." This appears to carry the same emotional weight as an outcome-based commitment. In some cases, more. The following week, I witnessed something that I initially classified as a commercial event, but which turned out to be something else entirely. A family in Settlement 44, the Heron family, 2 adults and 3 children, had suffered damage to their housing unit during a severe storm. The roof was partially collapsed. 2 rooms were uninhabitable. The family was living in their kitchen and 1 remaining bedroom. Repair was needed. Under normal circumstances, this would involve a damage assessment, an insurance claim, a contractor engagement, a written scope of work, a timeline, a cost estimate, the standard contractual infrastructure of repair and restoration. What happened instead was this. 7 neighboring households came to the Heron family's door. They came separately over the course of 2 days. Each one said some variation of the same thing. "We'll help you fix it. We promise." No contracts were signed. No costs were discussed. No timelines were established. No labor terms were negotiated. 7 households, approximately 19 adults, simply promised to show up on Saturday morning and rebuild their neighbor's roof. On Saturday at 7 in the morning, they showed up. All of them. I watched from across the street. 19 adults plus 6 teenagers who had apparently volunteered without being asked. They brought tools, materials, food, water. A woman who was a carpenter took charge of the structural work. A man who was an electrician handled the wiring. Others hauled debris, carried materials, held boards, mixed sealant. The Heron family worked alongside them. By 6 in the evening, the roof was repaired. The 2 damaged rooms were cleared, cleaned, and structurally sound. The Heron family's youngest child, a girl of perhaps 4, walked into her bedroom for the first time in 2 weeks. She stood in the middle of the room and turned in a slow circle, looking at the new walls and the new ceiling, and she said, "It's fixed." Her father was standing behind her. He was crying. He turned to the neighbors who were gathered in the hallway, sweaty and dust-covered and tired, and he said, "Thank you, all of you. I don't know how to," a woman from the house next door said. "You don't have to. We promised." I did not add this to my compliance audit. It was not a commercial transaction. No goods were exchanged. No services were contracted. No payment was made or expected. But it was the most binding agreement I had ever witnessed. 19 adults committing 12 hours of labor on the strength of nothing but a word and the understanding that this is what neighbors do. This is what a promise means when it comes from people who live beside you and have decided that your roof is their problem too.
The handshake.
My compliance report contained no anomalies. My personal notes contained a question I could not answer. I filed my compliance report on day 42. The report was comprehensive. 47 pages of analysis covering commercial contract structure, enforcement mechanisms, dispute resolution procedures, and regulatory compliance across 216 settlements in Reconstruction Zone 11. Summary: human contractual practices meet or exceed hegemony commercial standards in all assessed categories. No compliance anomalies identified. No remedial actions recommended. It was the cleanest audit I had produced in 31 assignments. The documentation was impeccable. The enforcement infrastructure was robust. The dispute resolution system was fair and efficient. By every metric my division used to evaluate commercial practices, the humans of Zone 11 were exemplary. The report said nothing about promises. This was correct. Promises, verbal commitments without documentation, enforcement, or penalty do not fall within the scope of a commercial compliance audit. They are not contracts. They are not regulated. They are not, by any standard my division recognizes, binding agreements. And yet, my personal notes on non-contractual binding commitments now ran to 63 pages. I had documented 41 individual promises, commercial, personal, medical, communal, across 14 settlements. In every case, the promise had been honored. Not one breach. Not a single instance of a human making a verbal commitment and failing to fulfill it. 41 out of 41. 100% compliance, with no enforcement mechanism of any kind. I had audited 19 species. I had reviewed tens of thousands of contracts backed by courts, penalties, enforcement officers, social sanctions, biochemical compulsion, and every other mechanism sentient beings have devised to ensure that agreements are honored. The average breach rate across all species, across all enforcement mechanisms, was approximately 12%. The humans were keeping their undocumented, unenforceable, unpenalized verbal commitments at a higher rate than any species kept its formal contracts. I did not include this observation in my report. I did not know how to. On day 43, I met with Counselor Eden Voss, the Zone 11 Administrative Liaison, to discuss supplementary documentation for my division's archives. Standard procedure: I needed copies of several regulatory frameworks and municipal codes to append to my compliance report. The documents were not urgent, My report was already filed. These were archival supplements, useful for reference, required by division policy, but carrying no deadline more pressing than before departure. I explained what I needed. Voss, a tall man with gray at his temples and a quiet, steady manner, listened and took notes. He said the documents would need to be compiled from several departments. It would take a few days. I said, if you could have them by Friday, that would be sufficient. I depart on Saturday. He stood. He extended his hand. I had learned by this point in my assignment that the human handshake was a standard social gesture accompanying agreements. I took his hand. His grip was firm and warm. He looked me in the eye and said, I promise I'll have them by Friday. It was the most ordinary sentence in the world, a minor administrative commitment, the kind of thing said in offices and workplaces across every settlement in the zone, hundreds of times a day. I felt the weight of it settle somewhere in my chest. I had heard mothers promise their children. I had heard a foreman promise a community. I had heard a doctor promise a patient. I had watched 19 people rebuild a roof on the strength of a word. And now a man I barely knew was promising me, a hegemony auditor, a representative of the occupation authority, a stranger, that he would complete a minor bureaucratic task by a specific date, not because a contract required it, not because a penalty compelled it, because he had said he would and he had taken my hand, and the act of saying it while holding my hand had made it binding. I returned to my workstation. I opened my personal notes. I wrote, he promised. It was a small thing. I believe he will keep it. I do not know why I believe this so completely, but I do. The documents arrived on Thursday, not Friday, Thursday, 1 day early. A complete package, every regulatory framework, every municipal code, every supplementary document I had requested, compiled, organized, and indexed. A handwritten note was attached. Promised you Friday. Got them done Thursday. Eden. I held the package in my hands and I stood very still for a long time. 1 day early. He had not merely kept his promise, he had exceeded it. Not because a penalty for late delivery incentivized early completion, not because a bonus rewarded ahead of schedule performance, because he had promised Friday, and he had decided that Thursday was better, and so he had worked to make it Thursday. I thought about Kira Das holding 40 sheets of roofing composite for a man she trusted to return. I thought about Nara's mother walking through the door every evening because she had said she would. I thought about Joseph Krell and his crew working 12-hour days to give children a school before winter. I thought about Dr. Marsh promising to try. I thought about 19 people and a roof, and the word promised offered like a house key. The mechanism was not enforcement. It was not penalty. It was not documentation or courts or arbitration panels or any of the structures I had spent my career evaluating. The mechanism was identity. Humans keep their promises because the act of promising changes who they are. When a human says, I promise, they are not describing a future action. They are defining themselves. They are saying, I am a person who does this thing. And every kept promise reinforces that definition, and every broken promise damages it. And so the cost of breach is not a fine or a sanction, but something far more severe, the loss of the self they have built, one kept promise at a time. I could not put this in a compliance report. There is no field in any hegemony form for binding mechanism, speaker's identity. There is no category for an enforcement structure that exists entirely inside the person making the commitment. I added Eden Voss's promise to my personal notes. Entry 42. It was the simplest entry in the file. A man promising documents by Friday and delivering them on Thursday. And it was the one that finally made me understand what I had been documenting for 43 days. On the morning of day 48, I packed my workstation at the Zone 11 Administrative Center. Equipment secured, files archived, communication channels closed. Standard departure procedure. A young woman named Priya Chen, who had served as my administrative assistant during the audit scheduling meetings, arranging transport, compiling records, stopped by my workstation. She had been efficient and helpful throughout my assignment. I had noted her competence in my report. She said, "Officer Marin Das, before you go, could I ask a favor?" I said she could. She said, "Could you submit a commendation to your division for the settlement's record keeping? We worked hard to get our documentation up to standard after the war. A commendation from a hegemony auditor would help us. It would mean future audits go faster, and it would show other zones that good record-keeping matters." It was a reasonable request. The settlement's record-keeping was genuinely excellent. A commendation was warranted and would take me approximately 30 minutes to file. I could have said, "I will submit it when I return to my division." That would have been a statement of intent, a plan, an administrative note. Instead, I said, "I promise." The words came out before I had fully considered them, and yet they were precisely the words I intended. Not "I will," not "I plan to." I promise. The same word I had heard a mother say to her child. The same word a foreman had given to a community. The same word a vendor had offered a carpenter, and a doctor had given a patient, and 19 neighbors had brought to a damaged doorstep. Priya Chen smiled. She said, "Thank you." She did not ask for confirmation. She did not request a written commitment. She did not ask me to specify a timeline or identify a penalty for failure. She heard the word and she believed it, because that is what promises are for. I filed the commendation on the transport back to my division headquarters. It took 22 minutes. I could have waited. I had not specified a deadline. No one was checking. The commendation was a minor administrative document, a note in a file that might or might not be read by anyone other than Priya Chen and the Settlement Council. I filed it immediately because I had promised, and I discovered that the word, once spoken with intention, creates a weight that does not lift until the thing is done. Not a contractual weight, not the awareness of a pending obligation backed by penalty. Something else. Something closer to what the construction engineer had described when she spoke of choosing her daughter over everything else. The promise was not about the commendation. It was about who I was going to be. I am a person who keeps my promises. I did not know this about myself before Zone 11. I did not know it was possible to become a different version of yourself by saying a single word and meaning it. My compliance report for Reconstruction Zone 11 is on file with the Hegemony Treaty Compliance Division. 47 pages. No anomalies. Clean audit. My personal notes on non-contractual binding commitments are not on file anywhere. 63 pages. 42 entries. Documenting a form of binding agreement that my division has no framework to evaluate and no category to contain. The humans keep their promises. Not all of them and not always. They would be the first to admit this. But the rate at which they honor undocumented, unenforceable verbal commitments exceeds the rate at which any species I have audited honors its formal contracts. And the mechanism is not enforcement. It is not penalty. It is the quiet, daily practice of becoming the kind of person who does what they said they would do. I have audited 19 species. I have reviewed contractual practices backed by every enforcement mechanism sentient beings have devised: courts, sanctions, biochemical compulsion, social exile, financial penalty, physical enforcement. The most powerful binding mechanism I have ever encountered is a human looking another person in the eye and saying 2 words. I promise. There is no documentation, no enforcement, no penalty for breach. There is only the speaker and the word and the choice to be the kind of person who means it. I find that I am becoming that kind of person. I do not know the hegemony word for this. I am not certain we have one. The humans call it integrity. I am still learning what it means. But I promised a young woman I would file a commendation, and I filed it on Thursday, and I think that is a start.
The quilt.
The survey every species that builds shelter eventually learns to cover itself, and the covering is always functional. I have assessed textile resource production and distribution for the Hegemony Textile Resource Assessment Division across 14 species and 26 post-conflict assignments. The work is systematic. Every species that develops beyond subsistence agriculture produces textiles, woven, knitted, felted, extruded or bonded materials used for thermal regulation, physical protection, social identification, and trade. The details vary. The Tesek produce a silk-like filament from abdominal glands that serves simultaneously as clothing, structural material, and a medium for biochemical communication. The Velthari weave ceremonial wraps from a plant fiber that changes color based on ambient temperature, allowing immediate visual identification of social rank during seasonal gatherings. The Denhareth favor dense mineral-infused fabrics that double as lightweight armor, a practical adaptation for a species that resolved most pre-spaceflight disputes through physical contest. The materials differ. The categories do not. In 26 assignments across 14 species, I have identified 4 universal functions of textile production: thermal regulation, physical protection, social identification, and economic exchange. Every species, every culture, every textile system I have encountered serves these functions in varying proportions with varying materials, but always within this framework. You make fabric to stay warm, to stay safe, to show who you are, to trade for what you need. This is not cultural. It is material. A species in a post-conflict zone has limited resources. Textile production consumes raw materials, labor, energy, and manufacturing capacity. My division's mandate is to ensure that these resources are allocated efficiently, that textile production serves the population's material needs and does not divert resources from higher priority reconstruction activities. I was assigned to Reconstruction Zone 9, population approximately 1.9 million across 143 settlements, for post-ceasefire textile resource assessment. Standard mandate: catalog production capacity, evaluate material efficiency, assess distribution networks, and produce a comprehensive resource allocation report. I arrived at the Zone 9 Central Depot on a Monday. I initialized my survey protocols, calibrated my material analysis equipment, and requested the zone's textile production records for the preceding 8 months. Standard procedure. I expected standard results. The initial survey was thorough and unremarkable. Human textile production in Zone 9 was efficient by post-conflict standards. They operated 12 manufacturing facilities producing clothing, blankets, industrial fabrics, medical textiles, and construction-grade material. Raw material sourcing was a mix of salvaged pre-war stock, new agricultural output from cotton and hemp cultivation zones, and synthetic fiber production from 2 small chemical plants that had been restored to operational capacity. I cataloged the output. Clothing production, adequate for population needs, with a modest surplus allocated to trade with adjacent zones. Blanket production, slightly above calculated thermal requirements, which I noted as a minor inefficiency but within acceptable parameters. Industrial textiles, well targeted to reconstruction needs. Medical textiles, clean, well manufactured, distribution well organized. By the standards of my assessment framework, human textile production in Zone 9 was competent, not exceptional. The TESEC achieve remarkable efficiency through biological production, and the Velthari have an aesthetic sophistication in their weaving that humans had not matched, but competent. Resources were being allocated appropriately. Production was meeting demand. Distribution was functional. I noted this in my preliminary report with professional satisfaction. Zone 9's textile resource allocation was clean. The assessment would be straightforward. I estimated completion within 35 days. On day 6, I began my field visits to individual settlements. Standard procedure. I observe textile production and distribution directly, inspect material quality, verify that actual output matches reported figures. It is in the field where discrepancies typically emerge, the gap between what a species reports in its production records and what it actually makes. I did not find a discrepancy. I found something I had no category for. Settlement 23 was a mid-sized reconstruction community. 8,000 people, active market district, a twice-weekly textile distribution point where residents could acquire clothing and household fabrics through the zone's rationing system. The distribution point was well organized. I observed the process for 2 hours. Residents presented ration cards selected from available stock and departed with functional textile goods, winter jackets, work trousers, undergarments, bed linens, thermal blankets. The quality was adequate. The distribution was equitable. I noted no compliance concerns. Adjacent to the official distribution point, several independent vendors operated stalls selling supplementary textile goods, items produced by small workshops or individual craftspeople, outside the zone's central manufacturing system. This was permitted under Zone 9's economic framework. I inspected several stalls, hand-knitted scarves, repaired and resold clothing, custom-fitted work garments, all functional, all within expected categories. Then I reached the last stall. A woman, later identified as Marta Voss, was displaying what appeared to be blankets, but unlike any blankets in my assessment database. They were composed of dozens of irregular fabric pieces, stitched together in patterns that were clearly intentional but served no structural or thermal purpose. The pieces were mismatched, different colors, different weights, different weaves. Some were thick wool, some were thin cotton, some were synthetic blends. Several pieces were visibly worn, faded, softened by years of use, frayed at edges that had been carefully turned under and stitched. I picked one up. I ran my material analysis. The thermal efficiency rating was 43% below a standard issue reconstruction blanket of equivalent size. The structural integrity was compromised by the number of seams. Each junction of 2 different fabrics created a potential failure point. The weight-to-warmth ratio was poor. By every metric in my assessment framework, this was an inferior textile product, and yet the stall had a queue. 7 people were waiting to purchase these objects. I approached the vendor. I identified myself as a hegemony textile resource assessor. I asked about the products. She said they were quilts. I asked what function they served. She looked at me for a moment. Then she said carefully, "They keep you warm." I said, "A standard blanket provides 43% greater thermal efficiency at lower material cost." She said, "That's not really the kind of warm I mean." I purchased one of the quilts for material analysis. Standard procedure when encountering an unfamiliar textile product: acquire a sample, document its composition, assess its function, and categorize it. I spread the quilt on my workstation table that evening and I cataloged each piece of fabric. The quilt was composed of 47 individual pieces. Cotton, 18 pieces. Wool, 9 pieces. Synthetic blend, 12 pieces. Linen, 4 pieces. Silk, 2 pieces. Denim, 2 pieces. The oldest piece, a square of faded blue cotton with a pattern of small white flowers, showed wear consistent with 15 to 20 years of regular use. The newest piece was a rectangle of gray synthetic fleece, relatively unworn. The construction was meticulous. Each piece had been cut to a precise shape: squares, rectangles, triangles, and joined with tight, even stitching. The backing was a single sheet of sturdy cotton. Between the patchwork top and the backing was a layer of batting, reclaimed fiber, by the feel of it, cleaned and carded and layered for insulation. It was, from a construction standpoint, a significant investment of labor. I estimated 40 to 60 hours of skilled handwork for a product that could be functionally replaced by a machine-produced blanket manufactured in under 4 minutes. I created a new entry in my assessment notes. I titled it, Non-Functional Textile Artifacts, Patchwork Construction, Settlement 23. I flagged it for further investigation. I did not yet understand what I was looking at. I thought it was an inefficiency, a cultural habit of textile production that diverted labor from more productive uses. I planned to document it and recommend reallocation. I was wrong about what I was looking at. I would not understand how wrong for another 3 weeks.
The fabric of the dead.
The pieces were not chosen for their material properties. They were chosen for who had worn them. My field visits continued through the second week. I inspected textile distribution in 4 settlements, cataloged production output from 2 manufacturing facilities, and sampled material quality from 6 independent workshops, all within parameters, all clean. I had noted the quilts in 3 more settlements, each time the same pattern, patchwork construction from mismatched, often worn fabric pieces. Each time, queues of buyers or waiting lists for custom work. Each time, a thermal efficiency rating significantly below standard blankets. On day 14, I was conducting residential textile adequacy inspections in Settlement 23, standard procedure. I visit a sample of households, verify that residents have sufficient textile resources, bedding, clothing, weather-appropriate garments, and note any shortfalls for the distribution system to address. The third household on my list was the residence of Alara Tun, age 53, living alone in a 2-room housing unit in the settlement's western sector. I introduced myself. She invited me in. The home was adequately supplied. Winter clothing, present. Bedding, sufficient. Work garments, appropriate for her occupation as an administrative clerk. Household textiles, towels, cleaning cloths, curtains, present and functional. By my assessment checklist, the household met all textile adequacy standards. Then I noticed the bed. The standard issue blanket was folded at the foot. On the bed, spread carefully as though it had been smoothed by hand that morning, was a quilt. It was made entirely from men's dress shirts. I counted the pieces, 14 shirts, each one cut into rectangles and arranged in a pattern that alternated light and dark fabrics. A blue chambray beside a white cotton, a gray flannel beside a green check, a dark navy beside a pale cream. The fabric was worn, not damaged, worn, softened by years of washing and wearing and folding and putting on and taking off. The kind of wear that comes not from neglect but from use, from being lived in. I asked Alara Tun about the quilt. She sat down on the edge of the bed. She put her hand on the fabric, not a purposeful touch, but an automatic one, the way a hand finds a familiar surface without the mind directing it. She said, "These were my husband's shirts." His name was Darren Tunn. He had been an engineer, structural engineering, specializing in bridge construction. He had worn these shirts to work, to meals, to community meetings, to bed on cold nights when he couldn't be bothered to change. He had died during the bombardment of the settlement's eastern district 3 years ago. He had been inspecting a partially collapsed bridge when the second wave of shelling hit. Ilara told me this without prompting. I had not asked about the circumstances. I had asked about the quilt, its composition, its construction, its purpose. She answered by telling me about the man who had worn the fabric. She said, "After he died, I kept his clothes in the closet for a year. I couldn't open it. I couldn't look at them, but I couldn't get rid of them either. They still smelled like him for a while. Then they just smelled like the closet, and that was worse because it meant he was further away." She said a neighbor, the same Marta Voss who ran the market stall, had offered to make a quilt from the shirts. Ilara had resisted at first. Cutting the shirts felt like cutting away what was left of him. But Marta had said, "You're not cutting them apart. You're putting them together in a new way, so you can keep all of them all at once instead of one at a time in a dark closet." Ilara gave her the shirts. Marta brought back the quilt 2 weeks later. Ilara said, "The first night I slept under it, I cried for 3 hours. Not because I was sad, because he was around me again. All of him. Every shirt I remembered, the blue one he wore on our anniversary, the gray one with the coffee stain he could never get out, the green one his daughter gave him that he said was ugly and then wore every week. They were all there, around me." She looked at me. She said, "Your standard blanket keeps you warm. This keeps me held." I recorded her words. I returned to my workstation. I opened my assessment file on non-functional textile artifacts. I stared at the heading for a long time. The heading was wrong. The quilts were not non-functional. They performed a function that my assessment framework had no metric for and no category to contain. They held the dead close to the living. They transformed grief into something that could be touched, wrapped around shoulders, slept under, smoothed flat each morning by a hand that remembered the person who had worn each piece. I did not change the heading. I did not yet have a better one. On day 22, I visited the Settlement 23 Community Center for a routine inspection of publicly distributed textile goods, curtains, upholstery, event supplies. The community center was a large, rebuilt structure that served as the settlement's primary gathering space for meetings, celebrations, and communal meals. The inspection was proceeding normally until I entered the main hall. The far wall was covered, floor to ceiling, by a quilt. It was enormous, approximately 4 meters tall by 7 meters wide. Composed of hundreds of individual fabric pieces. I would later count 213, each one cut into a precise hexagonal shape, approximately 15 centimeters across, joined edge to edge in a pattern that radiated outward from the center like a vast, irregular honeycomb. The fabrics were wildly varied. A scrap of a child's printed pajamas beside a square of dark work canvas. A piece of floral dress cotton next to a fragment of military-grade jacket lining. Silk beside denim beside flannel beside lace. The colors ranged from bright primary shades to muted earth tones to fabrics so faded they had lost nearly all their original color, preserving only the ghost of a pattern. Attached to the bottom edge of each hexagonal piece was a small fabric tag, hand-stitched, bearing a name and 2 dates. I stepped closer. I read the first tag, Corin Aldis, 2847-2851. The second, Pelmarsh, 2819-2852. The third, Tova Bren, 2841-2850. A child 9 years old. I read the fourth tag and the fifth and the sixth. I read all 213 tags. It took me 40 minutes. I stood in the empty hall and I read every name and I understood what I was looking at. 213 people. Dead. In the war, in the reconstruction, in the aftermath. Each one represented by a piece of their clothing, a shirt they wore, a dress they loved, a jacket they worked in, pajamas they slept in, a scarf they wrapped around their neck on cold mornings. 200 families had given a piece of someone they lost, and a team of quilters had stitched those pieces into a single fabric, and that fabric hung on the wall of the room where the living gathered, so that the dead were present at every meeting, every celebration, every communal meal. I stood before the community quilt for over an hour. A woman entered the hall, Counselor Gina Aldes, the settlement's community liaison. She saw me standing before the quilt and came to stand beside me. She did not speak for several minutes. Then she said, "Corin was my brother, top row, third from the left. The blue wool, that was his favorite sweater. He wore it every winter. My mother used to say he'd be buried in it." She paused. "He wasn't. We didn't find him, but we found the sweater in the rubble of his apartment." I asked her about the quilt's origin. She said it began with Marta Voss, the quilter from the market. After the ceasefire, Marta had made quilts for individual families. Word spread. People brought her fabric. She ran out of time and space to work alone. She asked for volunteers. 11 other quilters joined her. They proposed the community quilt at a settlement meeting. The response was immediate. Within a week, 200 families had contributed a piece. Counselor Aldes said, "Some people brought the fabric in bags, like they couldn't get it out of their hands fast enough, like they needed someone else to hold it for a while. And some people, they held onto the piece until the very last day. They'd cut it from a garment and then stand there holding it, and you could see them deciding whether they could let go of that much of the person they'd lost." I asked, "What is the quilt's function?" She looked at me. She said, "What do you mean?" I said, "In my assessment framework, textile artifacts are categorized by function. Thermal regulation, protection, identification, exchange. What function does this quilt serve?" She thought about this for a long time. Then she said, "It remembers." I said, "The settlement has a memorial registry, a digital database of all confirmed casualties. It contains names, dates, biographical information, photographs. It is comprehensive and well-maintained. How does the quilt differ from the registry?" She reached out and touched the quilt. She pressed her fingers against the blue wool hexagon, her brother's sweater. She said, "The registry tells you who died. The quilt tells you who lived. You can't feel someone in a database. You can't wrap a name on a screen around your shoulders. But this," she pressed her palm flat against the fabric, "this was against his skin. This kept him warm. When I touch it, I'm touching something he touched every day. The registry has his name. The quilt has him." I recorded her words. I added them to my notes. The section on non-functional textile artifacts now occupied more pages than the entire production efficiency assessment. On day 26, I visited Marta Voss's workshop. It occupied the ground floor of a converted storage building near the settlement market. The space was large, well-lit, and organized with the kind of practical efficiency I would expect from a textile production facility. Cutting tables along one wall, sewing stations, both hand-stitching positions, and 3 salvaged machine units along another. Shelving stacked with sorted fabric, organized by color and weight. Thread, needles, pins, batting, backing material, all cataloged and accessible. 12 people were working when I arrived. 9 women and 3 men, ranging in age from approximately 20 to 70. They worked in pairs or small groups, each at a different stage of the quilting process. I observed. At the cutting table nearest the door, a woman in her 30s was cutting a child's dress into hexagonal pieces. The dress was small, sized for a child of perhaps 5 or 6. It was yellow cotton with a pattern of small white daisies. The woman cut with precision, following a template, wasting as little fabric as possible. Her hands were steady. Her face was wet. She was not making a sound. The tears fell and she cut the fabric and she placed each hexagonal piece into a neat stack. And she did not stop, and she did not wipe her face, and she did not look up. At the station beside her, a man in his 60s was cutting a heavy work jacket into pieces. He was telling a story while he worked, speaking to the room at large, in the easy manner of someone sharing a familiar tale. And he shows up to the site meeting in this jacket, right, and it's got concrete dust from the week before, and paint from who knows when, and I say, Den, you cannot wear that to a meeting with the council, and he says, the man paused for timing, grinning. He says, this jacket has built more of this settlement than any of those councilors. It has earned its seat at the table. The room laughed. The woman cutting the child's dress laughed too, through her tears, and for a moment the grief and the warmth existed in the same breath, in the same room, in the same stitch. I stayed in the workshop for 4 hours. I watched the full process. A family would bring a garment. Sometimes they brought it in a bag. Sometimes they carried it in their arms, folded carefully as though it were sleeping. Marta Voss would receive it. She would ask the family about the person. She would listen, sometimes for 5 minutes, sometimes for 30. Then she would ask, which part, which piece do you want in the quilt? And the family would choose. The collar, because that's where his scent lasted longest. The pocket, because she always kept her hands there when she was nervous. The cuff, because it was frayed from the way he rubbed his wrist when he was thinking. The hem, because the child used to hide behind her mother's skirt and grab the hem with both hands. The selection was never arbitrary. Every piece carried a specific memory, a specific gesture, a specific moment of the living person. The quilters knew this. They handled each piece with a care that exceeded any material handling protocol in my assessment framework. They touched the fabric the way the living touch the things of the dead, gently, as though the fabric might still feel it. I spoke with Marta Voss during a break. I asked her how many quilts she had made. She said 61, 34 personal quilts for individual families, 15 baby quilts. We make small ones for families that lost a child, sized so they can hold it. She paused. And 12 community quilts for gatherings, the big one in the community center, one for the school, one for the clinic waiting room, others. I asked, why do you do this work? She said, because the clothes are too heavy to carry and too precious to put down. The quilt lets people carry them differently. I asked, what do you mean too heavy? She said, a dead man's shirt in a closet weighs more than anything you've ever held. You can't open the closet door, you can't touch it, you can't give it away. It just sits there getting heavier every day. But if you cut it up and stitch it into something new, something you can use, something you can wrap around yourself, then the weight changes. It's still there, but it's the weight of a blanket instead of the weight of a closed door. I recorded her words. I returned to my workstation. I opened my assessment report and I looked at the section titled Non-Functional Textile Artifacts. I deleted the word non-functional. I did not replace it. The section heading now reads simply, Textile Artifacts. I still did not have the right word, but I knew the wrong one.
The swatch.
My assessment report was comprehensive. My pocket contained something that was not in it. I filed my textile resource assessment on day 34. The report was comprehensive. 39 pages of analysis covering production capacity, material sourcing, manufacturing efficiency, distribution networks, and resource allocation across 143 settlements in Reconstruction Zone 9. Summary: human textile production meets or exceeds hegemony efficiency standards in all assessed categories. No resource allocation concerns identified. No reallocation recommendations. The report included a brief section, Section 7.3, approximately 1 page, titled Commemorative Textile Artifacts. It noted the existence of patchwork textile items produced from repurposed garments. It described the production process in neutral, technical language. It classified the practice as a minor non-essential textile activity, consuming less than 2% of the zone's total textile labor hours. It noted no efficiency concerns. Section 7.3 said nothing about Alara Tun sleeping under her husband's shirts. It said nothing about a child's yellow daisy dress being cut into hexagons by a woman who could not stop crying. It said nothing about a sweater that still held the shape of a brother's shoulders. It said nothing about the weight of a closed closet door or the way it changes when you stitch the contents into something you can hold. The report was accurate. Every figure was verified. Every assessment was supported by data. By every standard my division used to evaluate textile resource allocation, the report was exemplary. It was also the most incomplete document I had ever produced. My personal notes on the quilts now ran to 44 pages. I had documented 27 individual quilts, 3 community quilts, and the full production process at Marta Voss's workshop. I had recorded the words of 11 people who had explained, in terms my framework could not contain, why they slept under the clothing of the dead instead of thermally superior blankets. I did not include these notes in my report. They did not fit in any section. There is no field in a hegemony textile assessment form for purpose, to hold the shape of someone who is gone. There is no efficiency metric for grief transformed into something you can touch. On day 35, I returned to the Settlement 23 Community Center. My report was filed. My assessment was complete. I had no professional reason to be there. I stood before the community quilt. I read the names again. Not all 213. I did not have time. But I read enough. Corin Aldous, Pell Marsh, Tova Bren. Names of people I had never met represented by fabric I could analyze down to the thread count attached to lives I could not quantify. Counselor Aldous found me there. She seemed unsurprised. I said, "Counselor, I have a request. For my material analysis archive, I would like to acquire a small fabric swatch from the community quilt, a single hexagonal piece from the lower edge. It would not affect the quilt's structural integrity or visual presentation. It would be cataloged as a representative sample of commemorative textile production in Zone 9. This was a reasonable professional request. I had material swatches from every settlement I had visited, fabric samples, thread samples, batting samples. It was standard practice. It was expected. Counselor Aldous looked at me. She looked at the quilt. She looked at me again. She said, "Which piece?" I had not considered this. I had assumed she would select one arbitrarily or direct me to the least significant piece, an edge piece, a corner, something peripheral. Instead, she was asking me to choose, as though the selection mattered, as though each piece, even on the edge, even at the bottom corner where few people looked, was still someone's person and someone's loss, and the act of choosing was an act of acknowledgement. I looked at the lower edge of the quilt. There was a hexagonal piece in the bottom left corner, faded blue wool, soft with age, the kind of fabric that has been washed and worn and washed again until it is as soft as skin. The tag read, Ven Aldous, 2831-2852. I did not choose that piece because of the name. The phonetic similarity to my own designation was coincidental and irrelevant. I chose it because the fabric was the color of deep water and it had been loved until it was soft, and that was all I knew about the person it had belonged to, and somehow that was enough. I said, "This one." Counselor Aldous nodded. She called Marta Voss, who came with a small pair of scissors and carefully detached the hexagonal piece from the quilt's lower edge. She handed it to me. It was approximately 15 centimeters across. It weighed almost nothing. I said, "Thank you. This will be cataloged in my material analysis archive as sample ZN9 S23 CQ213. I put it in my pocket. I returned to my workstation at the Zone 9 Central Depot. I unpacked my material analysis kit. I laid out the sample trays. I opened the archive log. Sample ZN9 S23 CQ213. Composition: wool, blue-dyed, age approximately 20 years. Source: Community Commemorative Quilt. Settlement 23. Donor: Ven Aldous, deceased 2852. Dimensions: hexagonal, approximately 15 centimeters across. Weight: 8 grams. Thermal conductivity: moderate. Tensile strength: reduced by age and wear. Fiber integrity: adequate. I wrote the entry. I printed the archive label. I opened the sample tray where it would be stored. A small plastic compartment alongside 214 other fabric swatches from Zone 9. Each one cataloged and categorized and stripped of everything except its material properties. I held the hexagonal piece of blue wool over the tray. I did not put it in. I sat at my workstation for 11 minutes, holding a piece of a dead stranger's sweater over a plastic sample tray, and I could not make my hand open. 8 grams, a scrap of faded wool, materially insignificant, thermally inferior. A representative sample of commemorative textile production, suitable for archival storage, notable only for its age and the non-standard construction method of the source artifact. I put it back in my pocket. I closed the sample tray. I sealed the archive log. Sample ZN9 S23 CQ213 was not entered. The archive was complete without it. 214 swatches, fully cataloged, comprehensively representative of Zone 9's textile output. 214, not 215. The count was wrong by 1, and I did not correct it, and the swatch stayed in my pocket, and I carried it out of the depot and onto the transport and back to my division headquarters, where it sits now in the left pocket of my duty jacket, uncatalogued, unarchived, unfiled. It is not in the report. My textile resource assessment for Reconstruction Zone 9 is on file with the Hegemony Textile Resource Assessment Division. 39 pages. Clean assessment. Production adequate. Distribution equitable. Resource allocation sound. Section 7.3 notes the existence of commemorative textile artifacts and classifies them as a minor non-essential practice. My personal notes on the quilts are not on file anywhere. 44 pages documenting a textile practice that my framework was not built to assess, and my vocabulary is not equipped to describe. The humans take the clothing of their dead and they cut it into pieces and they stitch those pieces together and they wrap themselves in the result. They sleep under it. They hang it on walls. They gather in rooms where it watches over them, each piece a person, each stitch a refusal to let the dead become merely absent. It is not efficient. A machine-produced blanket provides superior thermal performance at a fraction of the labor cost. The patchwork construction introduces structural weaknesses. The varied fabric weights create uneven insulation. By every metric I have been trained to apply, the quilts are inferior products. And yet, they are the most important textiles I have ever assessed. not because of what they are made of, but because of what they hold. A husband's shirts hold the shape of his shoulders. A child's dress holds the pattern of daisies she chose because they were her favorite flower. A brother's sweater holds the warmth of every winter he wore it. The community quilt holds 213 people who are gone, stitched together so that no one is lost alone. I have assessed textile production across 14 species. Every species makes fabric for warmth, protection, identification, and trade. The humans make fabric for all of these reasons, and then they make fabric for one more reason that no other species in my experience has demonstrated. They make fabric to remember. They make it to carry their dead with them, not as data in a registry, not as names on a monument, but as something they can touch. Something that was touched, something that still holds in the weave and the wear and the fading of the dye, the specific, irreplaceable fact of a person who was here and is not here and will not be forgotten because the living will not allow it. I reach into my pocket several times a day. The swatch is there. 8 grams of faded blue wool, 20 years old, from the sweater of a man named Ven Aldes, who died in 2852, whom I never met. I do not know why I kept it. I have no personal connection to the man. I have no grief to process. I lost no one in the war. My species was the aggressor, and our losses were strategic, not personal, and we do not make quilts from the uniforms of the fallen. We archive the records and reassign the equipment and move on. But the swatch is in my pocket, and when I touch it, the wool is warm, not from thermal properties, not from insulation value, not from any quality my instruments can measure. Warm the way Alara Tun meant when she said the quilt kept her held. Warm the way Marta Voss meant when she said the weight changes from a closed door to a blanket. I do not have a category for this warmth. There is no field in any hegemony form for thermal property, memory. There is no metric for the heat that comes from touching something that was loved. My assessment is complete. My report is filed. My archive is sealed. 214 swatches, not 215. The 215th is in my pocket. I am not ready to file it. I am not certain I ever will be. I think the humans would understand this. I think Alara Tun would understand, and Marta Voss would understand, and Counselor Aldes would understand. I think they would say that some things are not meant to be filed. Some things are meant to be carried. I am learning what that means. I am learning it 8 grams at a time in a pocket, where no one can see it and no report can contain it, and the only person who knows it is me. The humans call these objects quilts. I have been calling them textile artifacts. I think the correct term is something else, something I do not have in my professional vocabulary, something closer to what Counselor Aldes meant when she said the quilt tells you who lived. I am still looking for the word, but I carry the fabric while I search.
The silence.
The anomaly, all channels dropped to 0, and my training told me this was a threat. I have monitored communication channels for the Hegemony Communications Monitoring Division across 17 species and 43 post-conflict assignments. The methodology is standardized. I intercept and catalog all electromagnetic communication within my assigned zone, radio transmissions, digital data packets, voice channels, broadcast frequencies, emergency bands, and civilian networks. I do not listen to content. That is the work of the analysis division, and they are welcome to it. My function is pattern detection. I monitor volume, frequency, timing, source distribution, and signal characteristics. I identify anomalies. I flag them for review. I produce reports. The work requires patience and precision. Most communication is noise, the ordinary hum of a functioning population going about its business. I listened for the patterns within the noise, a sudden increase in encrypted transmissions, a coordinated shift in broadcast frequency, an unusual clustering of signals from a single location. These are the signatures of security-relevant activity, and I have learned to distinguish them from the background as cleanly as separating a single voice from a crowded room. I was assigned to Reconstruction Zone 12, 340 human settlements, population approximately 4.2 million, for post-ceasefire communications compliance monitoring. Standard mandate: detect any communication patterns that suggest organized military activity, weapons coordination, resistance networks, or violations of ceasefire terms. I established my monitoring station at Karath 7, a hegemony facility on the eastern perimeter of the zone. My equipment was standard issue: broadband intercept arrays, signal processing cores, pattern recognition algorithms calibrated to human communication frequencies. I initialized the system, ran diagnostics, confirmed baseline readings, and began my survey. Humans are, by a considerable margin, the noisiest species I have monitored. The average hegemony species in a post-conflict zone generates approximately 12,000 discrete communication events per day, per 1,000 individuals. The Velthari, who are considered gregarious, produce 17,000. The Tesek, who communicate through a combination of vocal and pheromonal channels, generate a complex but low-volume signal profile, approximately 8,000 events, many of them biochemical, and therefore outside my monitoring range. The human settlements in Zone 12 were producing, on average, 94,000 communication events per day per 1,000 individuals. I recalibrated my instruments. The number held. I ran a diagnostic on my pattern recognition algorithms to ensure they were not double counting. They were not. Humans simply communicated at a volume that was, by the standards of every other species in my experience, extraordinary. They talked to each other constantly. They sent text messages, voice calls, radio broadcasts, data transmissions. They had dedicated channels for news, for entertainment, for commerce, for personal conversation, for emergency services, for community announcements, for, I found this remarkable, the discussion of food preparation techniques. My baseline report noted the communication volume significantly exceeded the interspecies average, but I identified no security implications. The volume appeared to be a species-level characteristic, rather than an indicator of organized activity. I settled into the monitoring routine. The noise was enormous but consistent. I learned its rhythms: the morning surge as the population woke, the midday plateau, the evening peak, the gradual overnight decline. I mapped the patterns, and they were stable, predictable, unremarkable. For 11 days, the data behaved exactly as data should. On the 12th day, it did not. At 0900 local time on day 12, Settlement 14 went silent. I need to be precise about what I mean by this, because in 23 years of communications monitoring, I had never seen anything like it. Settlement 14, population 14,200, had been producing a typical morning communication profile. Volume was trending upward along the expected curve. Citizens waking, starting their days, making calls, sending messages, turning on broadcasts. At 0858, the settlement was generating approximately 1,340 simultaneous communication events across all monitored channels. Normal, unremarkable. At 0900 hours, the number dropped to 0. Not a decline, not a gradual tapering. 0. Every channel, every frequency, every transmission, radio, voice, digital, broadcast, emergency band, civilian network, ceased simultaneously. The entire electromagnetic communication profile of a settlement of 14,000 people vanished as if someone had thrown a switch. I checked my equipment. I ran diagnostics. I queried the intercept arrays for hardware faults. Everything was functioning normally. The silence was not in my instruments. It was in the settlement. For exactly 60 seconds, Settlement 14 produced no detectable communication of any kind. At 0901, communication resumed. Not gradually, all at once, like the throwing of the same switch in the opposite direction. Within 15 seconds, the settlement was back to its normal volume profile. Within 30 seconds, it was indistinguishable from its pre-silence baseline. I flagged the event immediately. Classification: coordinated communication blackout. Potential security implication: high. A population of 14,000 people ceasing all communication simultaneously required either a signal jamming device of considerable power or a level of coordination that suggested organized command structure. Either possibility was a ceasefire compliance concern. I initiated a full analysis. The analysis yielded nothing. I checked for jamming signatures, electromagnetic interference patterns that would indicate a suppression device. There were none. The silence was not imposed from outside. It was generated from within. I checked for a coordination signal, a broadcast, a tone, a trigger transmission that preceded the blackout and could have served as a "go silent" command. There was nothing. No signal preceded the drop. The population simply stopped communicating all at once, without any detectable prompt. I checked for communication channel manipulation. Someone shutting down a central relay or network node that would cut off access. The settlement's communication infrastructure remained fully operational throughout the event. The channels were open. No one was using them. I checked for precedent in my databases. No species in my records had produced a similar pattern. Coordinated communication cessation across an entire population, lasting a precise duration, with no detectable coordination mechanism and no apparent purpose. I expanded my search. I checked my recordings for the same time window, 0900 local, on the previous 11 days. The silence was there, every day. Exactly 60 seconds beginning at 0900, ending at 0901. I had missed it because my pattern recognition algorithms were calibrated for spikes, sudden increases in communication that might indicate coordinated activity. They were not calibrated for silence. No one had ever needed them to be. I had been listening for 11 days, and I had not heard the loudest thing the settlement was saying.
The pattern.
I found the silence in 312 settlements. It was not the same silence. It was the same thing. I spent the next 6 days conducting a systematic survey of all 340 settlements in my monitoring zone. I recalibrated my pattern recognition algorithms to detect sudden communication drops rather than spikes. I set the threshold at 90% reduction from baseline. Any moment when a settlement's total communication volume fell to 10% or less of its expected level for that time of day. The results were extraordinary. Of 340 settlements, 312 exhibited at least one regular period of deliberate silence. I say deliberate because the patterns were too consistent to be coincidental. These were not equipment failures or infrastructure outages. They were not weather-related interference. They were recurring, predictable, precise drops in communication volume that followed schedules as rigid as any military operation I had monitored. But the variations were what convinced me this was not a coordinated military phenomenon, because no military operation I had ever observed produced this kind of organized inconsistency. Settlement 14 observed its silence daily at 0900 local time. Duration, 60 seconds. Settlement 23 observed its silence at 1200. Duration, 2 minutes. Settlement 7 observed a weekly silence, every 7th day at 0800, lasting 5 full minutes. Settlement 41 observed a 30-second silence every day at sunset, which meant the timing shifted by 1 to 2 minutes each day as the season progressed. Settlement 109 observed 4 separate silences: a daily 60-second silence at noon, a weekly 3-minute silence on their rest day, a monthly 5-minute silence on the first day of each month, and an annual silence of unspecified duration on a date that my records indicated corresponded to the anniversary of a major battle that had been fought near the settlement's location. I cataloged them all. 312 settlements, 471 distinct silence events, duration ranging from 30 seconds to, in one case, an entire hour, frequencies ranging from multiple times daily to once per year. No two settlements followed the same schedule. No coordination signal linked them. Each settlement had developed its own pattern independently, and yet they were all doing the same thing. I wrote my preliminary report with the precision my division requires. The report summarized: 312 of 340 monitored settlements exhibited recurring periods of coordinated communication cessation. Duration, 30 seconds to 60 minutes. Frequency, daily to annual. No jamming signatures detected. No coordination signals detected. No central command structure identified. Patterns were locally consistent but globally variable. Security assessment, pending field investigation. I read the report 3 times. It was accurate. Every data point was correct, and it told me nothing about what was actually happening. My instruments could detect the silence. They could measure its duration, map its frequency, chart its distribution. They could tell me when it happened and where it happened and how long it lasted. They could not tell me why. I had been a communications monitor for 23 years. My job was to listen. I had listened to 17 species negotiate, argue, conspire, celebrate, mourn, trade, threaten, and surrender. I had heard the full range of what sentient beings say to each other through the medium of electromagnetic radiation. I had never before been confronted with the possibility that not speaking could be a form of speech. I requested authorization for a field visit to Settlement 14. I arrived in Settlement 14 at 0730 local time on day 22. The settlement was a mid-sized town. 14,000 people in a grid of residential blocks, commercial districts, and reconstruction zones where damaged buildings were being repaired or replaced. It looked like every other human settlement I had seen in post-conflict zones. Functional, busy, marked by the scars of the war but actively healing them. I positioned myself in the central square at 0845. I wanted to observe the silence from within, rather than from behind my instruments. I had my portable monitoring unit with me, a small receiver that displayed real-time communication volume for my immediate area. I set it to the local frequencies and watched the numbers. The square was busy. People crossing in every direction, workers heading to reconstruction sites, vendors opening market stalls, children walking to a school building on the eastern edge. A woman was arguing with a delivery driver about a shipment of building materials. Two old men sat on a bench, talking. A group of teenagers clustered around a portable music player, the sound tinny and distorted but apparently satisfactory to them. My portable unit showed a normal communication profile. Voice, radio, digital, all channels active, all frequencies populated. The noise of 14,000 people living their lives. At 08:59, I checked my chronometer. I watched the numbers on my portable unit. At 0900, the world stopped. I have monitored communication cessation events hundreds of times. I have seen jamming fields deployed in combat zones. I have seen emergency shutdowns of civilian networks during security operations. I have seen the quiet that follows the destruction of a communication relay. None of them sounded like this. The woman stopped arguing. Mid-sentence, she closed her mouth and lowered her head. The delivery driver did the same. The old men on the bench stopped talking. The teenagers turned off their music player. A man crossing the square stopped walking. He stood where he was, his shopping bag in one hand, his other hand at his side, and he was still. Everyone was still. The sound drained out of the world like water from a basin. The hum of conversation, the rattle of carts, the distant clang of construction work, the ambient noise of 14,000 people existing in proximity, all of it ceased. Not gradually, not in stages, all at once, as if the settlement had taken a single collective breath and held it. My portable unit confirmed what my ears already knew: zero communication events across all monitored channels. The number sat there on my display, absolute and impossible. I stood in the central square of Settlement 14 and I listened to nothing. It was not empty. That is what I need to record because my instruments could not capture it and my report could not convey it. The silence was not the absence of sound. It was the presence of something I did not have a word for. 14,000 people choosing simultaneously, without a signal, without a command, to stop, to be still, to be quiet together. The old men on the bench had their eyes closed. The woman who had been arguing was looking at the ground. The man with the shopping bag was looking at the sky. The teenagers were standing in a loose circle, heads bowed, and one of them was crying. Silently, tears running down her face while she made no sound at all. I looked at my chronometer. 45 seconds had passed. It felt like much longer. At 60 seconds exactly, the woman lifted her head. The delivery driver said something. I think he said anyway, and the argument resumed, but quieter than before. The old men began talking again. The teenagers turned their music back on. The man with the shopping bag continued walking. My portable unit showed communication volume returning to baseline within 12 seconds. The settlement had not merely stopped communicating. It had said something. Together, in the only language that required no transmission, no frequency, no channel, the language of collective stillness. I stood in the square for another 20 minutes, my portable unit in my hand, the numbers climbing back to normal around me. I was recalibrating something, but it was not my instruments. I met with Settlement 14's administrator, Counselor Marin Voss, at her office in the municipal building. She was a woman of approximately 50 years, with short gray hair and the particular kind of tiredness that I had come to recognize in human administrators, the tiredness of someone who has been rebuilding something for a long time and is not finished. I explained my role. I told her I had detected a recurring communication anomaly and I was investigating. I described the 60-second silence at 0900. She said, "You're asking about the minute of silence." I said yes. I asked her to explain it. She leaned back in her chair. She said, "It's for the dead." I waited. She seemed to be deciding how to explain something she had never needed to explain before. She said, During the war, we lost 1,100 people from this settlement. Soldiers, civilians, children. After the ceasefire, someone, I don't actually remember who, suggested that we take 1 minute every morning to remember them. Everyone. All at once. You stop what you're doing wherever you are and you're quiet for 1 minute. That's it. I asked who organized it, who gave the signal to begin and end. She looked at me with an expression I could not classify. She said, "No one, everyone just knows. 9 o'clock, you stop, you're quiet, then you go on." I asked how 14,000 people coordinated this without a signal. She said, "It's not coordination, it's agreement." I asked what the difference was. She said slowly, "Coordination is when someone tells you what to do. Agreement is when you all decide to do the same thing because you all feel the same way." I noted this. I asked if every settlement in the zone observed a similar practice. She said she believed most did, though she did not know the specifics. Each settlement had chosen its own time, its own way. Some did it every day, some once a week, some only on specific dates, anniversaries of battles, or the day the ceasefire was signed. She said there was no standard. No one had told them to do it. They had all independently arrived at the same answer to the same question. I asked what question. She said, "How do you remember 1,100 people at the same time?" She paused. Then she said, "You get quiet, and you let the silence hold all the names you can't say out loud." I recorded her words exactly as she spoke them. At the time, I believed I was documenting a cultural practice for my security assessment. I did not understand that she had just told me something about the nature of communication that my 23 years of training had not covered. I filed my security assessment on day 25. The report concluded that the observed communication cessation events were consistent with a human cultural practice known as the Minute of Silence, a collective memorial observance in which a population ceases all activity for a predetermined period to commemorate deceased individuals. The practice was decentralized, voluntary, and uncoordinated. It posed no security threat and required no further monitoring action. I recommended reclassifying the anomaly designation from coordinated blackout, investigate, to cultural practice, noted. The report was accepted without comment. My supervisor noted the thoroughness of the investigation and the clarity of the assessment. The anomaly was reclassified. The file was closed. I opened a new file. It was not an official file. It was not part of my monitoring mandate or my reporting obligations. It was a personal document stored on my private partition, outside the division's file structure. I had never created a personal file in 23 years of monitoring work. I titled it, "What Silence Says." I began with Settlement 14, the daily 60-second silence at 0900, remembering 1,100 dead. Then I added the others, one by one, settlement by settlement, drawing from my survey data, and supplementing it with field observations as I could arrange them. I did not know why I was doing this. My official mandate was fulfilled. The anomaly was cleared. There was no professional reason to continue investigating a cultural practice that had been determined to pose no security threat. But my instruments were still detecting the silences. 312 of them. 471 distinct events. Every day across my monitoring zone, populations of humans were stopping what they were doing and saying nothing together for the dead. And I found that I could not stop listening.
What silence says.
I have cataloged 471 silences. I have begun observing one of my own. My personal file grew. I will reproduce selected entries here because the individual silences tell the story better than any summary I could write. Settlement 31. Population 8,400. Daily silence at 0730, duration 90 seconds. This settlement lost its entire medical staff during the siege. 14 doctors and nurses who refused evacuation and continued treating wounded civilians until the facility was destroyed. The silence is observed at the time the medical facility was hit. I visited on day 34. A woman in the square was holding a stethoscope during the silence. She was not a doctor. She told me afterward that it had belonged to her sister. Settlement 89. Population 3,100. Weekly silence, rest day 1,000 hours, duration 3 minutes. This settlement was relocated during the war. The original site was destroyed and the population was moved to a temporary camp, then to the current location. The silence is for the place they lost, not the people. They are remembering a town that no longer exists. I asked a resident what he thought about during the silence. He said, "The bakery on Elm Street, the way it smelled in the morning." He was remembering the smell of bread from a building that is now rubble. Settlement 152. Population 22,000. Daily silence at noon, duration 60 seconds. What makes this entry notable is the school. The settlement's primary school observes the silence with the rest of the population. I visited during the noon hour. The children, ages 5 to 12, stopped playing in the yard and stood still. They did not fidget. They did not whisper. Children of 5 years stood in silence for 60 seconds, and they knew why. A teacher told me they explain it on the first day of school each year. We get quiet so the people who aren't here anymore can hear how much we miss them. This is not logical. The dead cannot hear. But I have recorded it because the children believed it, and their belief made the silence mean something that my instruments could not measure. Settlement 207. Population 6,800. Sunset silence daily, duration 30 seconds. This is the settlement where the silence shifts with the season. They do not use clocks. They watch the sun. When it touches the horizon, they stop. The precision varies by 1 to 2 minutes each day, and yet the entire population synchronizes without a signal. I monitored this over 40 consecutive days. The synchronization is not perfect. Some individuals begin 1 or 2 seconds before others, but the convergence to full silence takes no more than 4 seconds from the first person stopping to the last. I cannot explain the mechanism. There is no signal. They simply watch the same sun and feel the same thing at the same time. Settlement 244. Population 11,300. This settlement observes no daily or weekly silence. Instead, they have what they call the long quiet. Once per year, on the anniversary of the ceasefire signing, the entire settlement is silent for 1 hour. Not 1 minute, 1 hour. I monitored it remotely and then obtained permission to observe in person the following year. An hour of silence in a population of 11,000 is not the same as a minute. A minute is a pause. An hour is a choice that requires endurance. I watch people stand in the streets, sit in their homes, stop in their workplaces, and hold silence for 60 minutes. Some wept. Some did not. A man sat on the ground in the middle of a road and did not move for the full hour. Afterward, the settlement held a communal meal. The noise that followed the silence was louder than any communication spike I had recorded. They celebrated. The silence was for the dead, and the noise afterward was for the living, and both were necessary. Settlement 12. Population 900, the smallest settlement in my zone. They lost over half their pre-war population. Their silence is daily at 0600 and it lasts 5 minutes. 5 minutes of silence in a settlement of 900 people who lost 500. I calculated. They are silent for approximately 0.6 seconds per person lost. I do not know why I calculated this. It is not a meaningful metric, but I wanted to quantify the weight of their silence, and this was the only way I knew how. Settlement 303. Population 15,600. Multiple silences. Daily at noon for 60 seconds, weekly on rest day for 3 minutes, and on the 17th of each month for 5 minutes, commemorating a specific date during the war that I have not been able to identify. The settlement's records from that period were destroyed, and no one will tell me what happened on the 17th. They only say, "We remember." I have stopped asking. I was aware by this point that my file had changed. The early entries were data, settlement number, population, timing, duration, context. The later entries included observations that served no analytical purpose. I was recording how the silence felt, how the children stood, what the woman held, what the man remembered. My file was not a catalog. It was something else, and I did not have a classification for it. Entry 112 is the entry that broke something in me that I do not think can be repaired. Settlement 219. Population 7,200. Daily silence at 0800, duration 2 minutes. I visited on day 97 as part of my ongoing documentation. I arrived early, positioned myself near the settlement's memorial, a simple stone wall in the central square, engraved with names. I planned to observe the silence and record my standard observations: timing, duration, population participation rate, any notable individual behaviors. While waiting, I examined the memorial wall. The names were arranged in columns, and I began reading them. Human names: Tomas Brandt, Sierra Kale, Mikhail Osen, Dara Ven. Hundreds of names, the dead of settlement 219. Then I reached the final column. The names were not human. Kale Rath, Sen Mora, Veth Talon, Prendok. 11 names carved into the same stone in the same script at the same size as the human names beside them. Hegemony names, hegemony soldiers. I stood in front of the wall and I could not move. I read the names again. Kale Rath, Sen Mora, Veth Talon, Prendok, Brelani, Tosven, Mail Cora, Heth Soon, Jen Tao, Rindoreth, Fal Kim. 11 hegemony soldiers killed during the battle for this settlement, their names carved into the human's memorial wall. The silence at 0800 that morning was the same silence I had observed in 311 other settlements. The population stopped. The noise ceased. The channels went to zero. But this silence was for everyone, human and hegemony, the people they had lost and the people who had killed them, all of them held in the same 2 minutes of stillness. I stood in front of the wall with 11 hegemony names on it, and the silence surrounded me, and I understood that these humans were remembering my people's dead. No treaty required this. No regulation mandated it. No authority had ordered it. Someone in this settlement, a human, who had survived a battle in which hegemony soldiers had destroyed their homes and killed their families, had carved 11 alien names into their memorial wall and included them in their silence. I did not add this entry to my file that day. I could not write it. I returned to monitoring station Kareth 7 and sat at my console and watched the communication data scroll past, and I did not see any of it. I wrote it 3 days later. It is the longest entry in my file. The final line reads, "They are remembering our dead. I do not know what to do with this information. I do not know where to put it. There is no field in any form I have ever filled out for the thing I am feeling. I have been monitoring Reconstruction Zone 12 for 108 days. My official reports are filed on schedule. Communication volume trends are documented. Anomalies are flagged and assessed. My performance reviews are satisfactory. My supervisor has no complaints. My personal file, What Silence Says contains 119 entries documenting silence practices across 312 settlements. It is the most comprehensive document I have ever produced, and it exists in no official record. It is mine alone. I have begun to understand things that my training did not prepare me for. I understand that communication is not only the presence of signal, it is also the deliberate absence of signal. The Hegemony Communications Monitoring Division is structured around the assumption that information is transmitted through activity, through signals, transmissions, broadcasts. A message is, we listen for what is said. Humans have taught me that what is not said can carry more information than any transmission. That silence, chosen and shared, is not the failure of communication but its highest form. That an entire population can say the same thing, grief, remembrance, love, loss, by saying nothing at all. My instruments detect the silence. They register it as a zero, an absence, a gap in the data. It is not a gap. It is the data. It is the most important data I have ever collected, and my instruments can measure everything about it except what it means. I have begun observing my own minute of silence. Every day at 0900, the same time as Settlement 14, the first silence I ever detected, I turn off my monitoring console. I sit in my chair at monitoring station Kareth 7, alone in the facility, and I am quiet for 60 seconds. I do not bow my head as the humans do. I do not close my eyes. I sit and I listen to the absence of sound, and I try to feel what 14,000 people in Settlement 14 feel, what 4.2 million people across 312 settlements feel when they stop together and hold the names of their dead in the space where words used to be. I do not know who I am remembering. I did not lose anyone in the war. I am a communications monitor. I was stationed at a listening post far from any combat zone. No one I knew personally was killed. I have no names to hold in my silence. And yet every morning at 0900 I stop. I am quiet. And something fills the space that the quiet creates, something I cannot name and cannot measure and cannot file in any report. I think I am remembering all of them. The 1100 dead of Settlement 14, the medical staff of Settlement 31, the 500 lost from Settlement 12, the town that no longer exists, and the bakery on Elm Street and the smell of bread in the morning, the children who stand still because they believe the dead can hear them, the man who sat in the road for an hour because an hour was what his grief required, Kale Rath, Sen Mora, Veth Talon, Prendock, the 11 names on the wall in Settlement 219, my people's dead, held in a human silence that no one asked for and no treaty required. I am remembering all of them, every silence I have catalogued, every name I have recorded, every zero on my instruments that is not a zero at all. My file is titled What Silence Says. I have spent 108 days trying to answer that question. I do not think I can. The silence says something different in every settlement, to every person, in every minute that it lasts. It says grief and memory and love and survival and defiance and tenderness and pain. And it says all of these things at once, without a single word. I am a communications monitor. I have spent my career listening to what sentient beings say to each other. I have processed billions of transmissions across 17 species. I have heard declarations of war in terms of surrender and cries for help and songs of celebration, and the mundane, constant, beautiful noise of people living their lives. The most important thing I have ever heard is nothing at all. Tomorrow at 0900 I will turn off my console. I will sit in my chair. I will be quiet for 60 seconds. I still do not know who I am remembering. I think that might be the point.
The joke.
The false statements, they said things that were not true. Everyone knew. No one corrected them. I did not understand. I have conducted morale assessments for the Hegemony Reconstruction Oversight Bureau across 12 species and 31 post-conflict reconstruction sites. The methodology is well established. I embed with a workforce for a minimum of 60 days. I observe interpersonal dynamics, communication patterns, conflict resolution behaviors, and cooperative efficiency. I administer standardized assessments, trust indices, stress inventories, group cohesion metrics. I produce a report that the Oversight Bureau uses to determine whether a workforce is psychologically fit to continue operations or requires intervention, counseling, rotation, reorganization, or, in severe cases, dissolution and reassignment. The work requires proximity. I cannot assess morale from a distance. I must be present in the work environment, observing the small interactions that reveal the true state of a group. Who sits with whom during meal breaks, who volunteers for unpleasant tasks, who speaks and who stays silent in planning meetings, who helps a struggling colleague and who does not. I was assigned to Reconstruction Site 11, a major infrastructure rebuild in the human settlement of Ardennes. The site employed approximately 400 human workers across 12 crews, rebuilding a bridge, a water treatment facility, and 3 residential blocks that had been destroyed during the war. The project was 18 months into a projected 30-month timeline. My initial assessment framework predicted standard post-conflict workforce dynamics, suppressed morale, elevated stress markers, functional cooperation, maintained through necessity rather than genuine group cohesion. This is the typical profile. Workers in post-conflict zones are tired, traumatized, and working on the ruins of their own civilization. They cooperate because the work requires it, not because they want to. Morale is low. Efficiency is adequate. The psychological landscape is gray. I arrived at Site 11 expecting gray. What I found was noise. The first thing I noticed about the human reconstruction crews at Site 11 was the volume. Post-conflict workforces, in my experience, are quiet. They communicate as needed, task instructions, safety warnings, equipment requests, but the ambient interpersonal communication is muted. Workers in psychological distress do not chat. They do not engage in non-essential vocalization. The silence of a traumatized workforce is one of the most reliable indicators in my assessment toolkit. The crews at Site 11 were not quiet. They talked constantly, not just task-related communication, though that was present and functional, but a continuous stream of interpersonal vocalization that exceeded anything in my assessment experience. They talked while they worked. They talked during breaks. They talked over meals. They shouted to each other across scaffolding. They gathered in clusters and produced collective vocalizations that I initially classified as some form of group alarm response. Sharp, rhythmic, escalating in pitch and volume. I noted in my preliminary observations that the workforce exhibited anomalously high ambient vocalization, inconsistent with my post-conflict morale suppression model. On my second day, I positioned myself near Crew 7, a 12-person team working on the residential block foundation, to observe their communication patterns in detail. I had my assessment tablet recording, and I settled into the observational mode that had served me well across 12 species and 31 sites. Within the first hour, I encountered the phenomenon that would consume the next 58 days of my assessment. A worker named Dov Kendrick, male, approximately 35 years, assigned to the foundation crew, was operating a concrete mixer when the machine produced a grinding sound and stopped functioning. The crew stopped work. Kendrick examined the machine, determined that a component had failed, and announced to his crew that the mixer was broken. Then he said, "Don't worry, it's just going through a rough patch, like my marriage." The response was immediate and collective. Every member of the crew produced a sharp, rhythmic vocalization, a rapid series of exhalations accompanied by an open-mouth facial expression that exposed the teeth. The sound was loud, synchronized in onset though variable in duration, and accompanied by physical responses. Several workers bent at the waist. One struck his own thigh with his palm. Another covered her face with both hands. I checked my assessment tablet. No alarm had been triggered. No threat had been detected. The mixer was still broken. Kendrick's statement about his marriage was, as far as I could determine from his personnel file, factually inaccurate. He was not married. Over the next 6 hours, I documented 14 similar incidents. Each followed the same pattern. A worker would make a statement that was demonstrably untrue, logically inconsistent, or factually absurd. The other workers would respond with the rhythmic vocalization. No one corrected the false statements. No one appeared distressed by them. In several cases, other workers would respond with additional false statements, producing cascading rounds of vocalization that could last up to 30 seconds. The content of the false statements varied widely, but followed identifiable structural patterns. There was typically an initial statement that established a context, the setup, as I would later learn to call it. This was followed by a secondary statement that redirected the listener's expectation, the misdirection. Finally, a concluding statement that violated the established expectation in some way, the punchline. The vocalization response occurred primarily after the punchline, though I observed anticipatory vocalizations in cases where the audience appeared to predict the structure. I could identify the pattern. I could not identify the purpose. I applied every assessment framework I had. Deception model. The statements were not deceptive. Deception requires intent to mislead, and the speaker's audience clearly recognized the statements as false. The vocalization response was not the response of beings who had been deceived. It was a positive social signal, a form of apparent approval. Dominance display model. In some species, deliberate falsehood is a form of social dominance. The speaker demonstrates power by forcing the group to accept statements they know to be untrue. But there was no dominance hierarchy associated with the behavior. Workers of all ranks and roles produced false statements, and workers of all ranks and roles responded with vocalization. The behavior was egalitarian. Stress response model. The vocalizations had some characteristics of stress discharge, involuntary, rhythmic, sometimes accompanied by physical spasm. But the emotional valence was wrong. Stress vocalizations are associated with negative effect. These vocalizations appeared to be associated with positive effect. The workers seemed to enjoy the experience. Error correction model. Perhaps the false statements were accidental and the vocalization was a social signal indicating the error. But the statements were too structured, too deliberate, too clearly crafted for the specific response they produced. This was not error. This was intent. I exhausted my models by the end of day 3. The behavior was not deception, dominance, stress, or error. It was something else, something my 12 species, 31 site assessment experience had not prepared me for. I would later learn that the humans had a word for it. They called it joking. The false statements were jokes. The vocalization was laughter. These words explained nothing.
The pattern within the pattern.
They were not laughing despite their pain. They were laughing because of it, and that made all the difference. By day 8, I had cataloged 112 discrete jokes across all 12 crews. I had begun categorizing them by content. The largest category, at 31%, was what I classified as work-related absurdity. False statements about the construction work itself, equipment failures, physical discomfort, or the incompetence of supervisors. The second largest category, at 18%, was interpersonal mockery, false or exaggerated statements about fellow workers' personal characteristics, abilities, or habits, delivered and received without apparent offense. The third category troubled me. 24% of the jokes were about the war. A worker pouring concrete said, "Last time I saw this much gray, I was looking at the ashes of my apartment building." The crew laughed. A woman carrying steel beams said, "These are lighter than the body bags." The crew laughed. A man resting during a break looking at the half-built residential block said, "We're putting up walls again. At least this time nobody's shooting over them." The crew laughed. A young worker, barely 20, told this to an older colleague. "My recruiter said I'd see the galaxy. He was right. I saw it through the window of a hospital ship." The crew laughed. I documented each instance with the same clinical precision I applied to all my assessment data, but my notes began to include observations that I would not normally permit in an official file. Worker Ashani had made a joke referencing the destruction of her home. The crew laughed for 6 seconds. Ashani appeared to be smiling during the response. The smile did not reach her eyes. She resumed work immediately. I did not understand how a species could vocalize positivity about the destruction of their dwelling. My assessment framework classified humor about personal trauma as a maladaptive coping mechanism, a sign of unresolved psychological damage. If this classification was correct, then the entire workforce at Site 11 was psychologically damaged. But they were also the most productive and cohesive workforce I had observed in 31 assessments. These two observations could not both be true under my current models. I began correlating the humor data with my standard assessment metrics. The results were unambiguous, and by the standards of my training, impossible. Crews that exhibited higher rates of joking behavior, particularly jokes about shared hardship, the war, and personal suffering, scored higher on every positive cohesion metric in my assessment framework. Trust indices, higher. Cooperative efficiency, higher. Conflict resolution speed, faster. Voluntary mutual aid, more frequent. Stress recovery after setbacks, significantly faster. Crew 7, which produced the highest volume of jokes per work hour, including the highest proportion of war-related humor, was the most productive crew at Site 11. Their task completion rate was 18% above the site average. Their quality metrics were the highest of any crew. Their interpersonal friction score was the lowest. Crew 3, which exhibited the lowest rate of joking behavior, had the lowest cohesion scores, the slowest stress recovery, and the highest interpersonal friction. They were quiet. They worked adequately. They did not laugh. They were, by every metric in my toolkit, the crew closest to the psychological profile I had expected to find across the entire site. They were also the least effective. I ran the correlations 3 times. I controlled for confounding variables: crew size, task difficulty, age distribution, war experience levels. The correlation held. Humor, including and especially humor about suffering, was positively associated with every measure of group health and productivity that I had. I interviewed Dov Kendrick on day 22. He was the worker whose broken mixer joke had been my first documented instance of the phenomenon. I told him I was studying group communication patterns and I wanted to understand the practice of saying false things to produce collective vocalization. He stared at me for several seconds. Then he said, "You mean jokes?" I said yes, I meant jokes. I asked him to explain their function. He scratched his jaw. He said, "You want me to explain why things are funny?" I said I wanted to understand the purpose of the behavior. He said the purpose is to laugh. I said I understood that laughter was the response. I wanted to understand the function, what the behavior accomplished for the group. He thought about this for a while. Then he said, "Okay, you know how when you're carrying something really heavy and someone else grabs the other end and suddenly it's not as heavy?" I said yes. He said, "That's what a joke does, except the heavy thing is," he paused. He looked at the construction site around us. "The heavy thing is everything, the war, the dead. The fact that we're rebuilding the same buildings we watched get blown apart, that's heavy. And when someone makes a joke about it and everyone laughs, it's like everyone grabs an end. The thing is still there, it's still heavy, but you're carrying it together, and for a second, just a second, it's lighter." I recorded his words. I asked, "But the jokes are not true. The statements are false. How does a false statement reduce the weight of a true experience?" He said, "Because the false part is what makes it safe. If I said my apartment was destroyed and I have nightmares about it, that's true, and it's heavy, and nobody can laugh at that. But if I say last time I saw this much gray, I was looking at the ashes of my apartment, now it's a joke. Now it's mine. I took the worst thing that happened to me and I turned it into something I chose to say. Nobody made me say it. I offered it, and when people laugh, they are saying, 'I hear you, I know, me too.'" I interviewed Katia Ashani on day 27. She was the worker who had joked about body bags. I asked her the same question I had asked Kendrick. What function did the jokes serve? She said immediately, "They keep us sane." I asked her to elaborate. She said, "During the war, we couldn't joke. We were too scared, too tired, there was nothing funny about it while it was happening. You don't laugh when the building is falling on you. You don't laugh when you're digging through rubble looking for your neighbors." She paused. "But after when the building has already fallen and you've already dug through the rubble and you know who you found and who you didn't, after that, you can either let it sit on you forever or you can pick it up and look at it and say something about it that makes it smaller. Not gone, just manageable." She said, "The body bag joke. The first time I said that, it was maybe 6 months after the ceasefire. I was carrying some materials on site and they were heavy and it just came out. And the guys laughed, and I laughed. And for a second the body bags were something I had said instead of something that had happened to me. Do you understand? The thing still happened, but I owned it instead of it owning me." I asked if she thought the joke was disrespectful to the dead. She looked at me sharply. Then her expression softened. She said, "The dead would have laughed. The dead were the same kind of people we are, they would have understood." She said, "You know what's disrespectful to the dead? Not living, not rebuilding, not finding a way to carry the weight and keep going. The jokes aren't despite the pain, they are because of the pain. They are proof that the pain didn't win." I recorded her words. I sat with them for a long time that evening, in my quarters at the assessment facility, reviewing my notes. My assessment models classified humor about trauma as maladaptive. My data showed it correlated with superior group function. My interview subjects described it as essential to their psychological survival. My models were wrong. I revised my assessment framework on day 36. I added a new behavioral classification to my morale assessment toolkit. Constructive absurdity, the deliberate production of false or exaggerated statements for the purpose of collective positive vocalization, functioning as a group cohesion and trauma processing mechanism. I defined its indicators: its correlates, its expected range. I noted that it appeared to be a species-level characteristic of humans rather than an aberration of this particular workforce. My official assessment of Site 11's workforce was the most unusual I had ever produced. In the section on psychological fitness, I wrote that the workforce exhibited psychological resilience, significantly exceeding the post-conflict baseline for any species in my assessment experience. The primary mechanism for this resilience appeared to be a behavioral pattern in which workers processed collective and individual trauma through structured false statements that reframed painful experiences as shared, manageable, and survivable. I recommended no intervention. The workforce's own mechanisms were more effective than any intervention the Oversight Bureau could provide. My supervisor flagged the report for review. He said my conclusion was unusual. I said the data supported it. He said he would accept it pending his own review of the raw data. I did not tell him that the raw data did not capture the thing I had actually learned. The data showed correlations. It showed numbers and metrics and scores. It did not show Dov Kendrick's face when he said everyone grabs an end. It did not show Katia Ashani's eyes when she said the dead would have laughed. The data told me that humor worked. The humans told me why.
The sound he made.
A human told me a joke. I did not understand it. I laughed anyway. The sound surprised me. By day 40, something had shifted in my relationship with the work crews. I had been present at Site 11 long enough that the workers no longer treated me as an observer. They had, in their way, absorbed me into the ambient social fabric of the site. Workers greeted me by name in the mornings. They offered me food during meal breaks, a behavior I had learned to accept, as refusing caused visible discomfort. They told me about their work, their problems, their lives, without the guarded formality that subjects typically maintain around assessment officers. Dov Kendrick had taken to explaining jokes to me after he told them. He did this unprompted, and with a patience that I found both touching and slightly humiliating. He would tell a joke to his crew, the crew would laugh, and then he would turn to me and say, "Okay, so the reason that's funny is," followed by an explanation that I would carefully record and later study in my quarters, turning the components over in my mind like a mechanic examining the parts of an unfamiliar engine. I understood the structure: setup, misdirection, punchline. I could identify all three components in most jokes within 1 or 2 seconds of hearing them. I could predict with approximately 60% accuracy when a statement was a joke rather than a sincere communication. I did not understand why they were funny. This distinction between understanding the mechanism and experiencing its effect preoccupied me. I could explain, in technical terms, how humor functioned as a social bonding tool. I could cite the correlational data. I could describe the neurological and physiological responses that the vocalization produced. I understood it the way an engineer understands a bridge. I knew what it did and how it did it, but I could not cross it. On day 47, a section of scaffolding on the water treatment facility collapsed. No one was injured. The section was unoccupied at the time of the failure, but the collapse destroyed 2 days of work and scattered building materials across the site. The crew responsible for that section, Crew 4, stood in the debris field, looking at the wreckage. I observed from 30 meters away. The silence lasted approximately 20 seconds. The crew leader, a woman named Ren Petrova, surveyed the damage. Her face was expressionless. She had worked 16-hour days for the past week to stay on schedule. Then she said, "Well, at least it matches the rest of the neighborhood." The laughter was enormous. Not just Crew 4 workers from across the site who had gathered to see the collapse joined in. The sound rolled across the debris field like a wave. Petrova was smiling. Her crew was laughing. A man was laughing so hard he had to sit down on a pile of bent scaffolding poles. And then, still laughing, they began cleaning up. Still laughing, they started sorting the salvageable materials from the damaged ones. Still laughing, they began rebuilding. I watched this from 30 meters away, and I felt something I had never felt in 31 assessments. Not professional interest, not analytical curiosity. Something closer to what I can only describe as admiration. The scaffolding had fallen. 2 days of work were destroyed. The schedule, already tight, was now impossible. And the humans who had every reason to despair, to curse, to sit in the rubble and grieve for their lost progress, the humans laughed. They laughed and they picked up the pieces and they started again. I had spent 12 species and 31 sites studying morale. I had never seen morale. Not like this. Not the real thing, the alive, noisy, defiant, absurd thing that humans made out of false statements and rhythmic vocalization, and the stubborn, irrational refusal to let the weight of the world sit on them without at least saying something about it first. It happened on day 56, the end of the workday. Crew 7 was packing up tools, and I was standing nearby, recording my final observations. Kendrick walked over to me. He had sawdust in his hair and concrete on his boots, and he was carrying a toolbox that he set down on the ground between us. He said, "Hey, Tailbrin, I've got one for you." I readied my tablet to record. He said, "How many hegemony officers does it take to change a light bulb?" I said I did not know. He said, "None. They file a report stating that the room meets the minimum darkness threshold and no intervention is required." I looked at him. His face was arranged in the expression I had come to recognize as anticipatory, the slight lift of the mouth corners, the brightness in the eyes, waiting for the vocalization response. I understood the structure, the setup, a question about hegemony officers and a simple task, the misdirection, the expectation that the answer would involve a number, the punchline, the replacement of practical action with bureaucratic procedure, subverting the expectation and commenting on hegemony administrative culture. I understood all of this. I could diagram it on my tablet. I could explain, in clinical terms, why the juxtaposition of a simple physical task with an absurdly disproportionate bureaucratic response created the cognitive dissonance that humans resolved through laughter. What I could not explain is what happened next. I laughed. The sound came from somewhere I had not known existed. It was not a human laugh. I do not have the physiology for the sharp, rhythmic exhalation that humans produce. What came out of me was something different, a series of short, breathy vocalizations, higher pitched than my normal speaking voice, accompanied by an involuntary contraction of my facial muscles that I could not control. It was almost certainly the wrong sound. The wrong rhythm, the wrong pitch, the wrong everything. A clumsy approximation produced by an alien body that had never been designed for this particular function. Kendrick's expression shifted. The anticipatory look became something else, surprise first, and then something warmer. He grinned. Not the polite social smile that humans use for professional interactions. The real one, the one that uses the whole face. He said, "Hey, there it is." Behind him, several members of Crew 7 had turned to look. Ashani was smiling. A young worker named Torres was staring at me with his mouth open. Petrova, who had been walking past, stopped and looked at me and then at Kendrick and then back at me, and she shook her head slowly, but she was smiling too. And I was still making the sound. The breathy, wrong, alien sound that was not a human laugh but was, I understood with sudden and complete clarity, performing exactly the same function. I was not laughing because I found the joke funny. I did not find it funny. I understood it technically, but the cognitive dissonance that humans resolved through laughter did not produce the same resolution in my mind. The joke, as a piece of structured communication, did not work on me the way it worked on them. But Kendrick had told it to me. Not near me. Not about me. To me. The way he told jokes to his crew. The way he told jokes to people he worked with, trusted, belonged with. He had offered me the weight, and I had grabbed the other end. The laugh was not about the joke. The laugh was about the bridge, the one I had understood as an engineer and could now, for the first time, feel myself crossing. I filed my final assessment of Reconstruction Site 11 on day 60. The report was comprehensive. Morale assessment. High, significantly exceeding post-conflict baseline. Group cohesion. Strong across all 12 crews with Crew 7 rating highest. Psychological fitness. Adequate to excellent with no crews requiring intervention. Productivity above projections. Workforce recommendation. Continue operations without modification. My supervisor reviewed the report. He said it was thorough and unconventional. He approved it. He did not mention the appendix. I do not think he read it. The appendix was titled Collected Absurdities. It contained 247 jokes, organized by theme: work-related absurdity, interpersonal mockery, war and conflict, bodily functions, authority and bureaucracy, existential observation, and a category I called uncategorizable for the 31 jokes whose structure I could identify but whose thematic content defied classification. Each entry included the joke as spoken, the speaker, the context, the audience response, and my annotation, an attempt to explain in clinical terms why the joke functioned as it did. The appendix was 43 pages long. It was the longest appendix in any assessment I had filed in 31 assignments. It was also, I suspected, the least likely to be read by anyone in the Oversight Bureau. I did not write it for the Oversight Bureau. I have returned to Hegemony Administrative Station VEN 4. I have resumed my regular assessment rotation. I have filed my report on Site 11. My next assignment is a TESEC reconstruction site on the Outer Rim, standard assessment, standard methodology, standard expectations. But I keep the appendix, not the official copy that is in the Bureau's records unread. I keep a personal copy stored in my private files, and I review it in the evenings when my work is done and my quarters are quiet. I read the jokes. Most of them I still do not understand. Not really. I can parse the structure. I can identify the mechanism. But the thing that makes humans vocalize, the spark that jumps from the punchline to the laughter, that spark does not ignite in me the way it ignites in them. Except sometimes. Sometimes, reading Kendrick's joke about the concrete mixer and the marriage that does not exist, I feel something shift. A loosening in my chest, a lightness, and the sound comes, the breathy, wrong, alien sound that is not a human laugh but is, I think, my version of one. I do not know if it counts. I do not know if laughter performed by an alien body, in response to a joke that the alien does not fully understand, in a quiet room far from the people who told it, I do not know if that qualifies. But I remember what Kendrick said. Everyone grabs an end. And what Ashani said. The dead would have laughed. And what Petrova said when she found me alone at the site one evening, reading my notes, and she asked what I was doing. And I told her I was trying to understand why humans laughed, and she said, "You're thinking about it too hard. It's not something you understand. It's something you do." She was right. I know she was right because I have spent 60 days understanding humor and I still cannot explain why, on day 56, I opened my mouth and the sound came out. I did not decide to laugh. I did not analyze the joke and determine that laughter was the appropriate response. The sound came from a place that my training had not mapped and my assessment frameworks did not cover. It came from the place where Kendrick's offer met my willingness to accept it. The place where I am telling you a joke meets I hear you meets we are in this together. My assessment toolkit now includes a classification for humor. It is precise. It is clinical. It captures the mechanism. It does not capture the thing itself. The thing itself is 247 false statements, collected over 60 days, told by humans who had survived a war and chose to rebuild and chose to laugh while they did it. The thing itself is a man with sawdust in his hair, asking an alien bureaucrat how many hegemony officers it takes to change a light bulb. The thing itself is the sound I made wrong and breathy and alien, and I think. True. I do not understand most of the jokes in my appendix. I read them anyway. Sometimes, alone in my quarters, I make the sound. It still surprises me.
The letter.
The restoration some systems are easier to rebuild than others. I have restored communication infrastructure for the Hegemony Postal Logistics Division across 3 species and 11 post-conflict assignments. The methodology is consistent. First, assess the physical network, sorting facilities, transport routes, collection and delivery points. Second, reconstruct the address registry, cross-reference pre-conflict population databases with current settlement records to establish a deliverable address index. Third, establish routing protocols, optimize delivery schedules for efficiency, accounting for damaged transport infrastructure and population displacement. Fourth, initiate service. Fifth, monitor volume and error rates, adjusting routes as the population stabilizes. It is, fundamentally, a logistics problem. Communication infrastructure follows the same principles as supply chain management: origin, routing, destination, confirmation. The content of the communication is irrelevant to the logistics. A letter is a unit of cargo. It has a weight, a dimension, an origin address, and a destination address. My role is to ensure that it moves from origin to destination within acceptable time frames. I arrived in Reconstruction Zone 14 on a Tuesday. I had begun using the human calendar system for operational consistency. With my assessment framework, and my expectation that this assignment would follow the patterns established by my previous 11. The physical infrastructure assessment took 4 days. Reconstruction Zone 14 had been a moderately urbanized region prior to the conflict: 3 cities, numerous smaller towns, a rural periphery. The postal infrastructure had been substantial: 14 sorting facilities, of which 9 were recoverable. Transport networks at 68% capacity, primarily road-based, with some rail. Approximately 42,000 registered delivery addresses, of which I estimated 31,000 were currently viable based on settlement records. I was impressed, though I would not have used that word in my report. The human postal system, the physical architecture of it, was remarkably well designed. The sorting methodology was elegant: hierarchical routing based on geographic codes, each address containing within its structure the information needed to route it from national to regional to local delivery. The humans called these postal codes or zip codes depending on the regional system, and they had been in use for over a century. I established my operations center in the largest surviving sorting facility, a building in the city of Kessler, concrete and steel, with a cavernous interior that had once processed, according to pre-conflict records, approximately 80,000 items per day. The sorting machines were damaged but repairable. The loading docks were intact. The building smelled of dust and old paper, and something faintly chemical that I was told was ink. Within 6 days, I had the first 3 routes operational. Within 12, I had 9. Mail was flowing. Volume was increasing daily as the population learned that postal service had been restored. My error rate, letters that could not be delivered due to address discrepancies, was at 4.2%, which was within acceptable parameters for an early-stage restoration. On operations day 14, my error rate began to climb. The error rate climbed from 4.2% to 6.1% in 3 days, then to 7.8%, then to 9.3%. I reviewed the undeliverable items. In a functioning postal system, undeliverable mail falls into predictable categories: incorrect address, transposed numbers, outdated information, misspellings, insufficient postage, damaged items, recipient moved, no forwarding address on file. These categories are manageable. They have protocols. The letters accumulating in my undeliverable queue did not fit these categories. The addresses were correctly formatted. The postage, such as it was in the reconstruction system, where we had waived fees for the initial period, was not the issue. The items were not damaged. The addresses corresponded to real locations, streets that existed, building numbers that had existed. The problem was the recipients. I cross-referenced the first batch, 47 letters, against the population registry and the casualty database. 31 of the 47 were addressed to individuals confirmed deceased. 8 were addressed to locations that had been destroyed and not yet rebuilt, addresses that were, in the physical sense, holes in the ground. 4 were addressed to individuals listed as missing, with no confirmed location or status, and 4 were addressed to no specific individual at all. I set down the report and picked up the 4 letters addressed to no one. The first was addressed to whoever lives at 14 Marin Street now. The second to the family in the blue house, corner of Elm and Broadwater if it's still standing. The third to anyone. The fourth to my daughter wherever you are. I placed them back in the queue. I consulted my procedural manual. The manual addressed incorrect addresses. It addressed insufficient postage. It addressed items damaged in transit. It did not address letters to the dead. It did not address letters to no one. I flagged the anomaly in my daily operations report. Increasing volume of correctly formatted mail with non-viable recipients. Current protocol insufficient. Requesting guidance on disposition. The guidance I received 3 days later was unhelpful. The Postal Logistics Division's central office suggested I classify the items as address errors and process them through the standard return-to-sender protocol. I attempted this. The return-to-sender protocol requires a return address. Approximately 40% of the letters in question had no return address. Of those that did, several return addresses were themselves non-viable. The senders, too, had been displaced or were writing from temporary shelters with no permanent address. I could not deliver them forward. I could not return them backward. They existed in a logistical state that my system had no category for. The volume continued to increase. By operations day 20, I had over 300 undeliverable letters. By day 25, over 600. They were accumulating in bins at the Kessler sorting facility, taking up space that should have been allocated to processable mail. I assigned a junior logistics clerk, a human local hire named Thomas Bren, to sort and catalog the undeliverable items. I needed to understand the scope of the problem before I could design a solution. Bren was efficient. He did not ask why we were cataloging letters that could not be sent. He simply began.
The room.
There are things that logistics cannot route. On Operations Day 30, Bren presented his catalog. He had sorted the undeliverable letters into categories of his own devising, since my procedural manual offered none. His categories were deceased recipient, known address, letters sent to a specific person at their last known address, where the person was confirmed dead. This was the largest category, 412 letters. Deceased recipient, unknown address, letters addressed to a person by name but with no address or with an address that the sender had evidently guessed at, 89 letters. Destroyed address, any recipient, letters sent to locations that no longer existed, 73 letters. Non-specific recipient, letters addressed to whoever, anyone, or descriptive recipients rather than named individuals, 114 letters. Missing recipient, letters to persons whose status was unknown, 61 letters. Self-addressed, letters where the sender and the intended recipient were the same person, 22 letters. I paused at the last category. The sender wrote a letter to themselves. Bren nodded. He said some of them had written the letter, sealed it, addressed it to themselves at an old address, a home that no longer existed, and mailed it. He said he did not know why. The total was 771 letters. In 30 days, from a zone with approximately 140,000 active postal users. I calculated the rate. Approximately 1 in every 180 postal users had sent a letter that could not be delivered, not because of system error, but because the letter was never intended for a living recipient at a viable address. "Where are they?" I asked. Bren took me to the room. It had been a supply closet on the second floor of the sorting facility. Bren had requisitioned shelving, standard postal storage units, and lined the walls with them. The letters were arranged on the shelves by his categories, each category marked with a handwritten label on cardstock. The room was approximately 4 meters by 3 meters. The shelves were full. Bren had already requisitioned additional shelving for the adjacent closet. The letters were of every description. Standard envelopes, some purchased from the reconstruction supply stores, some handmade from folded paper. A few were in boxes, small parcels containing, according to Bren's catalog, items as well as letters. One was written on the back of a food ration card. Several were written on what appeared to be pages torn from books, the original text crossed out and new words written in the margins and between the lines. Some were sealed, some were not. The unsealed ones, Bren said. Some of them the senders left them open on purpose. They told me. They said it didn't matter who read it. They said they just needed it to be sent. I stood in the room among 771 letters to the dead, the missing, the absent, the destroyed, the unknown, and the self, and I understood that I was standing in a place that my procedural manual had no language for. "You've been calling this something," I said. Bren looked at me. "The holding room," he said. "Then some of the carriers call it the quiet room." "Why quiet?" "Because the people these letters are for aren't making any noise." I should not have read them. They were not addressed to me. They were not addressed to anyone in my chain of command, or in any chain of command, or, in some cases, to anyone at all. But they were in my facility, in my system, under my operational authority. And I could not design a protocol for something I did not understand. I began with the unsealed letters. Bren had flagged 37 that the senders had explicitly left open. The first I read was addressed to PFC, Marin Das 4th Regiment, wherever they bury soldiers. It read, "Marin, they gave me your things, I don't know what to do with your boots. They're by the door. I keep almost tripping on them. I'm not going to move them. Tell me if you want me to move them. I know you can't tell me. I'm asking anyway. Your mother is staying with me for a while. She sleeps in your room. I hear her talking to you at night. I don't know if she knows I can hear. I think she does. I think she doesn't care. I don't care either. We are all talking to you, Marin. None of us are expecting an answer. That isn't the point. The second was addressed to Mrs. Katia Bren, 42 Dalanova Street, Kessler. Dalanova Street had been destroyed in the third bombardment. There was no number 42. There was no street. The letter read, Mama. I got the job at the post office. The new one, the one the aliens are running. It's steady work. They are efficient, but they don't understand things. I'm eating. I'm sleeping most nights. I wanted you to know. I don't know why I wanted you to know, since you can't know anything anymore, but I wanted you to know. I set this letter down. I looked at the name on the catalog entry. The sender was Thomas Bren, my clerk, the man who had built this room, who had categorized these letters with careful handwritten labels, who had called it the quiet room. He had sent his own letter to his dead mother. He had cataloged it himself. Category: deceased recipient, known address. He had shelved it alongside the others. I did not mention this to him. I do not know if he expected me to find it. I think perhaps he did not care. I read more. I should not catalog them all here. They are not mine to catalog, but the patterns emerged, and patterns are what I am trained to see. Some were apologies. A woman wrote to her brother. She was sorry she had not been home when the strikes came. She had been 2 districts over buying thread. She had survived because she was buying thread, and her brother had died, and she was sorry. She was writing to say she was sorry. She would always be sorry, and could he forgive her for buying thread? Some were arguments. A man wrote to his father, with whom he had evidently not spoken for years before the war. You were wrong about everything, and I was wrong about everything. And now you're dead, and I can't tell you that you were wrong, and here you tell me I was wrong, and I miss the arguments. I miss them more than I miss the peace we never had. Some were updates. Ordinary, domestic, mundane updates delivered to recipients who would never receive them. The crops are doing well. The school reopened. Little Sierra lost her first tooth. The reconstruction crews fixed the bridge on Moston Road. You always hated that bridge. Some were love letters. I will not describe these. Some were written to children. These were the ones I found most difficult to process, and I do not fully understand why. A letter to a 7-year-old boy written by his grandmother. She described the cat, which was well. She described the weather, which was warming. She described a bird that had built a nest above the kitchen window, and she was watching the eggs, and when they hatched she would write and tell him what the baby birds looked like. The eggs would hatch. She would write. She would bring the letter here to this room, and Bren would shelve it, and no 7-year-old boy would ever read about the baby birds. The last letter I read, the last I allowed myself to read, was the one addressed to my daughter, wherever you are. It was unsealed. It was written on plain paper in a steady hand, not hurried, not trembling. The handwriting was deliberate, as though the writer had taken care with each word. It read, "The weather has been mild this week. Tuesday it rained, but gently. Wednesday was clear. I sat on the step and felt the sun and thought of you. I had soup for lunch. The potato soup, the one you said was too thick. I made it the way you liked it, thinner with more broth. I don't know why. There was no one to eat it but me. I ate the whole pot over 3 days, and each bowl I thought she would have liked this one. The garden is growing well. The tomatoes are coming in. I planted marigolds along the border this year for the beetles. They say marigolds keep the beetles away. I don't know if it's true. They're bright, though. You would have called them gaudy. You would have been right. I'm writing to tell you these things because I don't know what else to do with them. The weather and the soup and the marigolds, they happen, and I have no one to tell. I could tell a neighbor. I could tell a friend. But these are not things for neighbors and friends. These are the ordinary things, and the ordinary things were yours. I am keeping them for you. I will keep writing. I will tell you about the weather and what I had for lunch and what is growing in the garden, and you will not read any of it, and it does not matter, because the writing is not for the reading. The writing is for the telling. I hope wherever you are, the weather is mild. I folded the letter and placed it back in its envelope. I placed the envelope back on the shelf. I stood in the quiet room for what Bren later told me was 11 minutes, though I was not conscious of time passing. The writing is not for the reading. The writing is for the telling. I am a logistics officer. I route communications from origin to destination. But this woman was not communicating. She was not transmitting information from point to point. I did not have the word. She was performing the act of telling with no expectation of reception. She was speaking into absence. She was maintaining a conversation with someone who would never respond, not because she believed they would hear, but because the act of telling was itself the point. My logistics framework has no category for communication without a recipient. The hegemony model of information transfer requires an origin, a channel, and a destination. Remove the destination and the system fails. The message has nowhere to go. It is waste. It is error. It is noise. But these letters were not noise. 771 of them, and growing, and each one written with care, with intention, with the full knowledge that no one would read them. They were not errors in my system. My system was the error.
The category.
Some things cannot be delivered. They can only be held. I spent 2 days drafting the protocol revision. The Hegemony Postal Logistics Division operates on a classification system with 14 standard categories for mail items, ranging from Category 1, Standard Correspondence, Deliverable, through Category 14, Hazardous Material, Restricted. Each category has a defined handling protocol, a routing procedure, and a disposition outcome: delivered, returned, held for collection, or destroyed. None of the 14 categories applied. I could have forced the letters into Category 7, Undeliverable, Standard Disposition, which would have routed them to a 30-day holding period followed by destruction. This was the closest fit with an existing protocol. The letters were, by any technical definition, undeliverable, but the 30-day destruction clause was designed for mail that was undeliverable due to error, wrong addresses, illegible labels, damaged packaging. The assumption embedded in Category 7 was that undeliverable mail was undeliverable by accident, that the sender had intended delivery and failed. These senders had not failed. They had not intended delivery in any sense that my logistics framework recognized. They had mailed letters to the dead with full knowledge that the dead do not receive mail. The letters were undeliverable not by error but by design, if design was even the right word. By nature. By the nature of what they were. Destroying them was not an option I was willing to authorize. I created Category 15. The official designation, as I entered it into the Hegemony Postal Logistics Division classification system, was Correspondence, Non-Deliverable, Retain. The handling protocol. Items classified under Category 15 are to be cataloged by date of receipt, sender where available, and intended recipient where identifiable. Items are not to be opened unless submitted unsealed by the sender. Items are to be stored in a dedicated secure area within the sorting facility. Items are not subject to the 30-day disposition clause. Retention period. Indefinite. I submitted the protocol revision to the divisional office with a justification memorandum. The memorandum stated, The volume of non-deliverable correspondence in Reconstruction Zone 14 represents a sustained and increasing communication behavior among the human population. The correspondence does not meet existing criteria for error-based undeliverable mail, Category 7, as the senders demonstrate awareness that delivery is not possible. The correspondence serves a function for the senders that is not addressed by current hegemony postal classification. Destruction of these items under the standard 30-day disposition would constitute the elimination of communication that the senders have entrusted to the postal system with the expectation of preservation. I recommend the creation of a new category to accommodate this behavior and ensure that the postal system fulfills its obligation to the communicating population. I read the memorandum back. I had written entrusted. I had written obligation. These were not standard logistics terms. The postal system does not have obligations. It has protocols. I submitted it without revision. The divisional office approved Category 15 without comment. I suspect they did not understand it. I suspect they saw non-deliverable retain and assumed it was a storage subcategory for administrative convenience. That was fine. The approval was what mattered. I expanded the quiet room. Bren and I requisitioned the 2 adjacent storage spaces on the 2nd floor. We installed additional shelving, standard postal units, but I authorized the purchase of better quality shelf liners to prevent moisture damage. I installed a climate control unit, diverting it from the facility's general HVAC system. Temperature, 18 degrees Celsius, consistent. Humidity, 45%. These were the archival preservation conditions recommended in the Human Library Science manuals I had consulted. I had consulted Human Library Science manuals for a storage closet full of letters that no one would ever read. Bren organized the expanded space. His categories remained. He had designed a good system, and I saw no reason to impose a different one. I added a logbook at the door. Every letter that entered the room was recorded: date, sender, recipient, category, sealed or unsealed. Bren maintained the logbook with the same precision he brought to the regular mail sorting. Word spread. I did not intend for it to spread, but postal workers talk, and the population of Reconstruction Zone 14 learned through the carriers, through the counter clerks, through whatever channels humans use to distribute information outside of official systems, that the post office was keeping the letters, that the letters to the dead were not being destroyed, that they were being held. The volume increased. By Operations Day 45, we had 1,412 letters in Category 15. By Day 60, 2,309. By Day 90, 4,176. People began coming to the post office specifically to mail Category 15 letters. Some brought letters they had written weeks or months ago and kept at home, unsent, because they had assumed the postal system would destroy them. Some wrote new letters at the counter on paper we provided and mailed them immediately. Some came back weekly. One woman came every Tuesday, the same day, the same time, with a single letter addressed to her husband who had been dead for 2 years. A man asked me if he could visit the room. He wanted to see where his letters were being kept. I told him the room was restricted to postal staff. He nodded. He asked if the room was dry. I told him it was climate-controlled, 18 degrees, 45% humidity. He said, "Good, she hated the damp." He was talking about his wife, his dead wife. He wanted to know that her letters were kept in conditions she would have found comfortable. I assured him they were. I have been in Reconstruction Zone 14 for 97 days. The postal system is functioning within acceptable parameters. Delivery accuracy, 96.8%. Volume trending upward. Infrastructure recovery. On schedule. My operational report reflects a successful restoration. Category 15 is not in the operational report. It exists in the system, approved, classified, protocolized, but it does not appear in the performance metrics. Non-deliverable items are excluded from delivery accuracy calculations. The quiet room does not affect my numbers. But the quiet room is the thing I think about. I think about the woman who comes every Tuesday. I have learned her name, Sierra Malloy, though she has never told it to me. I know it from the return address on her letters. She writes to her husband, David Malloy, at an address on a street that no longer exists. She writes one letter per week. She has been writing since the postal system reopened. That is 14 letters, each one addressed to a dead man at a destroyed house on an obliterated street. I think about Bren, who built the room, who cataloged his own letter, who shelved it next to the letters of strangers, who comes in early each morning to check the logbook and ensure that the new arrivals from the previous day's sorting have been properly filed, who has never, in my presence, spoken about his mother or his letter, or why he does what he does. I think about the grandmother writing to the 7-year-old boy about the birds. I think about whether the eggs hatched. I think about whether she wrote again to tell him. I think about the letter to my daughter wherever you are. The weather has been mild. The soup was thin the way you liked it. The marigolds are gaudy. I think about communication without a recipient. I think about how my entire professional framework, origin, channel, destination, assumes that the purpose of a message is to be received. And I think about how these letters have shown me that this assumption is wrong. That for humans, the act of composing a message, of selecting words and committing them to paper and entrusting them to a system, any system, is itself the completion. The destination is irrelevant. The channel is irrelevant. What matters is that the origin spoke. The hegemony does not write to its dead. When a hegemony citizen dies, their communication records are archived in the civic database, and their address is deactivated. The process is clean and efficient. There is no residual communication. There is no impulse to continue speaking to someone who can no longer hear. I have been trying to understand this as a cultural difference, a human behavior that can be observed, categorized, and filed in the appropriate section of my operational awareness. And for 60 days, I nearly succeeded. On Operations Day 97 at approximately 2200 hours, alone in my office at the Kessler sorting facility, I took a sheet of paper from the supply cabinet. It was standard postal paper, the same stock we provide at the counter for people writing category 15 letters. White, unlined, moderate weight. I picked up a pen. The humans use pens for their letters. I had adopted the practice for handwritten notes, finding the tactile quality of it unexpectedly satisfying. I wrote, "I do not know who I am writing to." I wrote, "The sorting facility is quiet at this hour. The machines are off. I can hear the climate control system in the quiet room, a low hum through the ceiling. The letters are up there. 4,176 of them as of this morning's count. Tomorrow there will be more." I wrote, "I processed 11 postal restorations before this one, and I have never kept anything. I have never needed to keep anything. A message reaches its destination, or it does not. There is the system, and there is the error, and between them the entire work is contained." I wrote, "But there is a woman who comes every Tuesday, and I know her name, and I know her husband's name, and I know the street they lived on before it was destroyed, and I know that she writes to him about ordinary things, the kind of things you would tell someone over dinner, the small things, the things that do not matter, and I have begun to understand that the things that do not matter are the things that matter most. The weather, the soup, the garden. These are the ordinary things, and the ordinary things were yours. I am keeping them for you. I am keeping them for her. I put the pen down. I read what I had written. I folded the paper and placed it in an envelope. I did not write an address. I did not write a return address. I did not seal it. I did not mail it. I placed it in the top drawer of my desk, beneath my operational reports and my procedural manual and my assessment frameworks. All the documents that tell me how things are supposed to move from one place to another. It is still there. Some nights, when the facility is quiet and the climate control hums through the ceiling, and I can almost hear the 4,000 letters breathing in the room above me, I open the drawer and I look at it. I do not take it out. I do not add to it. I do not address it. I do not know who it is for. I think perhaps it is for the same person all the letters are for, the one who is not there, the one who will not read it, the one whose absence is the only reason it was written. The postal system in Reconstruction Zone 14 is operating within acceptable parameters. Delivery accuracy, 96.8%. In the quiet room on the second floor, the letters wait for no one. I am learning that this is enough.
The playground.
The assessment, the numbers do not explain what the numbers cannot measure. I have conducted resource allocation efficiency audits for the Hegemony Urban Reconstruction Assessment Division across 4 species and 9 post-conflict zones. The methodology is standardized. I assess the sequencing of reconstruction priorities against the Hegemony Optimal Reconstruction Model, a resource allocation framework developed from data spanning 47 post-conflict rebuilding efforts across 12 species. The model establishes a priority hierarchy. First, critical infrastructure, water, power, sanitation, medical facilities. Second, residential housing. Shelter is a stabilizing factor that reduces population displacement and associated logistical costs. Third, transport and communication networks. Fourth, commercial and industrial capacity. Fifth, civic and administrative infrastructure. Sixth, discretionary amenities. The model is not arbitrary. It is derived from outcome data. Reconstruction zones that follow the optimal sequencing achieve population stabilization 23% faster and economic recovery 31% faster than those that deviate. Deviation from the model correlates with waste, delay, and in extreme cases, social instability. My role is to identify deviations, quantify their cost, and recommend corrections. I am, in the simplest terms, an efficiency auditor. I find where resources are going wrong and I redirect them to where they should go. I arrived in Reconstruction Zone 11, a heavily damaged urban corridor with a pre-conflict population of approximately 600,000, currently at 380,000, on what the humans call a Monday. I carried my assessment toolkit, my audit templates, and my expectation that I would find the standard array of post-conflict inefficiencies, delayed infrastructure timelines, material shortages, labor misallocation, the occasional administrative corruption. I found something else. The macro-level reconstruction data for Zone 11 was mixed but not alarming. Critical infrastructure, water treatment at 78% capacity, power grid at 82%, sanitation at 70%, medical facilities, 4 of 7 hospitals operational, with 2 more under active reconstruction. These numbers were within expected parameters for a zone at this stage of recovery. I noted the sanitation lag and flagged it for priority review. Residential housing, 61% of displaced population rehoused. below the 70% benchmark for this stage, but the damage had been severe. I adjusted my projections accordingly. Transport, road network at 73%. Communication, restored. Commercial, early stage recovery, markets operational, light industry resuming. All of this was legible. All of this fit the model, with minor deviations I could quantify and correct. Then I began the settlement-level audit, the detailed review of individual communities within the zone, to assess how resources were being allocated at the local level. This is where deviations typically surface. The macro data can look acceptable, while individual settlements make poor choices that aggregate into systemic inefficiency. I started with settlement Korova, a population 12,000, moderate damage, mid-stage reconstruction. I reviewed their resource allocation logs, their construction timelines, their labor deployment records, and I found a line item I could not classify. Construction project KOR 47. Category, civic, priority designation, high. Resource allocation, 420 labor hours, 2.3 tons of structural steel, 700 kilograms of lumber, miscellaneous hardware, and surfacing materials. Completion status, finished. Completed before construction project KOR 31, a water main extension that was still in progress. I looked up the project description for KOR 47. It said, Community Playground, Korova Central District. I assumed it was an error, a miscoded project, a priority designation entered incorrectly into the system. I pulled the allocation records for the 7 other settlements I was scheduled to audit. Settlement VEN, Construction Project VEN 29, Community Playground, Priority High, completed on schedule. The settlement's secondary medical clinic was still 3 weeks behind schedule. Settlement Marak, Construction Project MAR 53, Children's Play Area Marak East, Priority High, completed 2 weeks ahead of schedule. Their road repair project was 6 weeks behind. Settlement Torin, 2 Playgrounds, 2, both completed, both designated high priority. The settlement's power substation upgrade, which would have increased electrical capacity for 400 households, was still awaiting materials. I checked all 7 settlements. 5 of 7 had completed at least 1 playground. The 2 that had not were the smallest and most severely damaged, and even in those, I found planning documents indicating playground construction was in the next phase of work. I compiled the data into a summary table. Total resources diverted to playground construction across the 7 audited settlements. Approximately 3,200 labor hours, 11.7 tons of mixed construction materials, and an estimated 14,000 resource units of opportunity cost. The value of the essential infrastructure projects that had been delayed. 14,000 resource units, enough to complete 2 water main extensions, 1 medical clinic, and approximately 40% of a power substation upgrade, spent on structures designed for children to climb on. Before submitting a reallocation recommendation, I investigated the cause of the deviation. Deviations have causes: corruption, incompetence, supply chain disruption, political pressure. Identifying the cause ensures the correction addresses the root problem. Corruption. No evidence. The playground construction used standard materials at standard costs. No inflated contracts, no suspicious vendors, no diverted funds. The projects were managed by the same construction teams handling essential infrastructure. Incompetence. Unlikely. The settlement's other construction projects were well managed. Timelines were realistic. Execution was competent. These were not settlements that could not plan. They were settlements that had planned to build playgrounds first. Supply chain disruption. The opposite. The playground materials had been sourced efficiently, often from salvage and reconstruction surplus. Several playgrounds used repurposed materials, steel from destroyed structures, lumber from cleared sites. The resource cost was real but had been minimized through creative sourcing. Political pressure. I found no evidence of any authority, human or hegemony, directing playground construction. The decisions appeared to have been made locally by settlement reconstruction committees through what the humans called community consensus. This was the most troubling finding. The deviation was not an error, not corruption, not incompetence. It was a choice. Repeated, consistent, deliberate, across multiple settlements with different leadership, different damage profiles, different resource constraints. All of them had independently arrived at the same decision: build the playground first. I could not explain it within the hegemony optimal reconstruction model. The model has no category for voluntary, systematic prioritization of non-essential recreational infrastructure over critical systems. I decided to visit one of the playgrounds.
The structure.
Some things are built for reasons that efficiency cannot measure. The Korova Central District Playground occupied a lot approximately 30 meters by 20 meters, on the corner of what had been, according to pre-conflict maps, a residential intersection. The buildings on two sides of the lot were still damaged, repaired enough for occupancy but visibly scarred, with patched walls and replacement windows that did not match. The road surface was uneven, awaiting the resurfacing project that was scheduled for next month. In the middle of this, the damaged buildings, the broken road, the visible evidence of incomplete reconstruction, stood the playground. It was not elaborate. A climbing structure made of welded steel. I recognized the structural members as repurposed I-beams, likely salvaged from a destroyed building. A slide, fabricated from sheet metal, polished smooth. 3 swings on a steel A-frame. A balance beam. A low wall made of stacked concrete blocks, approximately half a meter high, clearly designed for children to walk along. The ground surface was a mix of packed sand and wood chips. The construction quality was high. The welds were clean. The structural connections were sound. I checked, because my audit training includes structural assessment. The slide had been polished to a mirror finish. Someone had painted the climbing structure in bright colors, red, yellow, blue, using paint that I suspected had been allocated from the road marking supply. I found the foreman in a construction staging area 2 blocks away. Goss Mayeron, a large man, late 40s, with hands that showed decades of construction work. He was reviewing plans for the water main extension, the project that was running behind the playground in the priority sequence. I introduced myself and my role. I told him I had questions about construction project KOR 47. He said, "The playground." I said yes. He set down his plans. He looked at me with an expression I have learned to recognize in humans, not hostile, not defensive, but prepared, as though he had expected this question and had been waiting for someone to ask it. "What do you want to know?" "The resource allocation. 420 labor hours and 2.3 tons of steel, prioritized above the water main extension. I need to understand the decision." He nodded. The committee voted. Playground first, then the water main. The committee prioritized a recreational structure over water infrastructure. Yes. On what basis? He looked at me for a long moment. Then he said, "The children need somewhere to be children." I waited for the rest of the explanation. In my experience, when a reconstruction official justifies a deviation, there is typically a longer rationale, political considerations, morale arguments, demographic data about population retention. These can be evaluated, weighed, incorporated into the model. Mayeron did not elaborate. Could you expand on that? I said. He leaned against the table. Before the playground, the children played in the rubble, in the damaged buildings, in the streets, where the construction vehicles are moving. 3 children were injured in the first month of reconstruction. 1 fell through a damaged floor, 2 were hit by debris from a demolition site. We fenced the dangerous areas. The children found new dangerous areas. They will always find dangerous areas. That is what children do. So the playground is a safety measure. No, he said. The fences are safety measures. The playground is, he paused. He rubbed his forehead with one large hand. Look, I can tell you it reduces injuries, which it does. I can tell you it keeps children out of construction zones, which it does. I can tell you it improves community morale, which, sure, all of that is true, but that's not why we built it. Then why? Because after everything, the war, the bombardments, the shelters, the rationing, the fear, after all of that, a child should be able to climb something and slide down it and swing on a swing and skin her knee on something that was built for the purpose of being skinned on. Not on rubble, not on wreckage, on a thing that was built for her by people who wanted her to have it. That matters. I don't know how to put it in your framework, but it matters. I recorded his response in my audit notes. I wrote, Foreman cites child welfare and community morale as primary justification, unable to provide quantitative basis for priority designation. I wrote this because it was accurate. The foreman had not provided quantitative justification. He had provided something else, something my audit notes had no field for. I returned to the playground in the afternoon to observe it in use. It was, the only word I can find is chaotic, though that word carries a negative connotation in hegemony usage that I am not certain applies here. There were approximately 20 children, ranging in age from perhaps 3 to 12 years. They were in constant motion, running, climbing, swinging, jumping, falling, getting up, running again. The noise was considerable, shouting, laughing, a sustained high-pitched sound that I initially classified as distress, but which I was informed was excitement. Several children were engaged in what appeared to be a competitive game involving the climbing structure, the rules of which I could not determine despite 15 minutes of careful observation. Adults were present, 7 of them, stationed around the perimeter and at key points near the structures. Some were parents, others appeared to be community members who had simply come to the playground and positioned themselves where they could watch. They talked to each other. They called out to the children warnings, encouragements, names. One adult was reading a book on a bench, looking up periodically. I observed the resource allocation in real time. The climbing structure was being used simultaneously by 6 children, each using it differently. 1 climbing the intended ladder, 1 scaling the outside of the support beam, 1 hanging upside down from a crossbar, 2 sitting on the top platform engaged in conversation, and 1 descending the slide head first, which I was fairly certain was not the designed use case. The swings were in continuous use. The balance beam had a queue, children waiting, not patiently, for their turn to walk across it and in most cases fall off it. The low wall was being used as a combination of walking surface, seating area, and defensive fortification for a game whose rules involved throwing a ball made of wadded tape. From an efficiency standpoint, the resource utilization was remarkably high. The structure was in near constant use from the time school let out until sunset. If I calculated usage in terms of person-hours per resource unit invested, the playground was one of the most efficiently utilized structures in the settlement. But that was not what held my attention. What held my attention was a girl. She was perhaps 5 years old, small, with dark hair cut short and a smudge of dirt on one cheek. She had been circling the climbing structure for several minutes, watching the older children scale it. The structure's top platform was approximately 2 meters off the ground, not high by adult standards, but for a child her size, it was roughly 3 times her own height. She began to climb. The ladder was designed with rungs spaced for older children, and her reach was marginal. She gripped each rung with both hands before moving her feet. Her progress was slow. An older boy climbing behind her waited without apparent impatience. He could have gone around her, but he did not. She reached the platform. She stood on it. She looked down. I have reviewed my notes from this moment several times, and I want to be precise about what I observed. Her expression when she looked down from the platform contained at minimum 2 emotions simultaneously: terror and exhilaration. Her hands gripped the railing. Her knees were slightly bent. Her eyes were wide and her mouth was open, and she was breathing rapidly. She was afraid. She was also unmistakably delighted. She looked at the ground. She looked at the slide. The slide was the safe way down, the designed exit, the controlled descent. She looked at the edge of the platform where there was no railing. There was a gap, a deliberate gap, I realized, built into the design between the platform and the railing, approximately 1 meter wide. Below the gap, the sand surface 2 meters down. She looked at the gap. She looked at the ground below it. An adult, a woman I had not noticed before, who had been standing near the base of the structure, moved to position herself below the gap. She did not call up to the child. She did not tell her to come down. She did not tell her to use the slide. She simply stood there, arms slightly raised, looking up. The girl looked down at the woman. The woman nodded. The girl jumped. It was not graceful. Her arms windmilled. She made a sound, a shriek that was neither fear nor joy, but some fusion of both that I do not have a word for in any language I speak. The woman caught her not cleanly, but adequately. They both stumbled. The woman set the girl on her feet. The girl stood on the sand for approximately 3 seconds. Her chest was heaving. Her face was flushed. She looked up at the platform she had just jumped from. She ran to the ladder and began climbing again. I watched her jump 4 more times. Each time the woman was there. Each time the catch was imperfect, a stumble, a near miss, an awkward recovery. Each time the girl climbed back up. On the 5th jump, the girl did not shriek. She laughed. I sat on a bench at the edge of the playground and I watched, and I tried to understand what I was seeing in terms my audit framework could process. The playground was a structure designed for controlled risk. That was the engineering function. The climbing heights were calibrated to be frightening but not dangerous. The sand surface was deep enough to cushion a fall. The gaps and openings were sized to allow jumping but not to cause serious injury. The entire structure was a carefully designed environment in which children could experience fear, make a choice, fall, be caught, or land and survive. The children were not playing, or rather they were playing, but play was not the function. The function was practice. They were practicing. The girl on the climbing structure was practicing fear. She was practicing the moment of decision, the edge, the height, the choice to jump or not jump. She was practicing trust, the woman below her, the arms raised, the nod. She was practicing falling, the loss of control, the windmilling arms, the ground rushing up. She was practicing survival, the landing, the standing up, the discovery that she was intact. And then she was practicing the most important thing. She was climbing back up. She was choosing to do it again. She had fallen and survived, and she was not retreating from the height. She was returning to it. Each climb was a decision to re-engage with the thing that had frightened her. I looked around the playground. Every child was doing this in their own way. The boy on the balance beam, falling and getting back on. The children on the swings, pumping higher, testing the limits of the arc. The child descending the slide head first, rewriting the rules of the structure, finding new ways to interact with gravity and speed. And the adults. The adults were not preventing the falls. They were positioned to ensure the falls were survivable. They were not standing between the children and the risk. They were standing beside the risk, ready. Marin had said, "The children need somewhere to be children." I understood now that this was not imprecise. It was the most precise thing he could have said. To be a child, a human child, was to need this. The height, the fear, the choice, the fall, the catch, the climb back up. And to need it before the water main was fixed. To need it before the roads were smooth and the hospitals were complete and the power grid was whole. To need it now, immediately in the middle of the wreckage, because the wreckage was the reason it was needed. These children had survived a war. They had lived through bombardments and shelters and rationing and the death of people they loved. They had experienced falling, real falling, uncontrolled, with no one positioned to catch them. The playground was not an escape from that. It was a response to it. It was the settlement saying to its children, "Yes, you fell. Here, fall again. But this time we built the ground soft and we are standing below you and we will catch you. Fall here. Fall where it is safe. Learn that falling is survivable. Learn that someone will be there, and then climb back up. 14,000 resource units." I looked at the girl who was climbing for the 6th time, faster now, confident, reaching for the rungs without hesitation. 14,000 resource units. It was not enough. They should have spent more.
The report.
The model does not account for what the model was never designed to measure. I spent 7 days completing the audit of Reconstruction Zone 11. The remaining settlements confirmed the pattern. Playgrounds everywhere. Some elaborate, some simple. One settlement had constructed nothing more than a tire swing and a sandpit, but all prioritized, all built with care, all completed before some essential infrastructure was finished. I compiled the data. I prepared the tables. I drafted the sections of my audit report in the standard format: executive summary, methodology, findings, analysis, recommendations. The findings section was straightforward. Data does not argue. I presented the resource allocation figures, the timeline comparisons, the deviation from the hegemony optimal reconstruction model. The numbers were clear. Across the audited settlements, an aggregate of approximately 14,000 resource units had been allocated to playground construction at the expense of critical infrastructure timelines. The analysis section was where I encountered difficulty. The standard analysis format requires me to identify the cause of the deviation and assess its impact on reconstruction outcomes. Cause: I had investigated and eliminated corruption, incompetence, supply chain disruption, and political pressure. The cause was community choice, deliberate, informed, consistent. The humans had chosen this, knowing what it cost, knowing what it delayed. Impact: this was the problem. The standard impact assessment measures delay to critical infrastructure milestones. By this measure, the impact was negative. Water, power, and medical projects had been delayed by an average of 3.2 weeks across the affected settlements. But I had also observed something that the standard impact assessment does not measure. I had watched a 5-year-old girl jump from a height that terrified her into the arms of a woman who was ready to catch her. I had watched her climb back up. I had watched her learn in the space of 20 minutes that falling was survivable and that someone would be there. The standard impact assessment does not have a field for this. I wrote the analysis 3 times. The first version recommended immediate reallocation of playground resources to critical infrastructure. The second version recommended a phased reallocation. complete the playgrounds already built, but redirect resources for future recreational projects. The third version. I stared at for an hour before I began writing. The third version of the analysis section read as follows. Deviation from the hegemony optimal reconstruction model is confirmed across 5 of 7 audited settlements in Reconstruction Zone 11. Non-essential recreational structures, playgrounds, have been consistently prioritized above critical infrastructure completion, resulting in an aggregate delay of approximately 3.2 weeks to water, power, and medical project timelines. The deviation is attributable to community-level decision-making and represents a deliberate allocation choice rather than an error, corruption, or incompetence. Settlement reconstruction committees have prioritized playground construction through democratic consensus processes. Impact assessment. The 3.2-week average delay to critical infrastructure falls within the acceptable variance range for mid-stage reconstruction. Threshold: 4.0 weeks. Current critical infrastructure timelines, while delayed, remain within projected completion windows. The deviation has not produced a measurable negative impact on population health, safety, or stability metrics. This was technically accurate. The delays were within acceptable variance. The critical infrastructure was behind schedule, but not critically behind schedule. I had chosen my framing carefully, presenting the deviation as within tolerance rather than as a problem requiring correction. The recommendations section, classification, non-essential priority anomaly. The identified deviation represents a pattern of community-level resource allocation that does not conform to the hegemony optimal reconstruction model but has not produced measurable negative outcomes within the assessment period. Recommended action: continue monitoring. No reallocation recommended at this time. Continue monitoring. No reallocation recommended. I read the recommendation. I had been sent to find inefficiencies and correct them. I had found an inefficiency. By the strict definition of the model, playgrounds built before hospitals were finished was an inefficiency. I was recommending no correction. My report was technically defensible. The numbers supported it. The delays were within tolerance. The outcomes were not negative by measurable standards. Any reviewer who examined the data would find nothing to challenge. But I knew, and I would not write this in the report, that I was not recommending no correction because the delays were within tolerance. I was recommending no correction because I had watched a girl jump off a climbing structure, and I had understood, in a way that I could not express in the hegemony's efficiency framework, that the playground was not a deviation from optimal reconstruction. It was optimal reconstruction. It was the most important thing being built, and my model was simply not equipped to see it. I maintain a personal observation log alongside my official audit records. This is not standard practice. The Hegemony Urban Reconstruction Assessment Division does not require or encourage personal notes. The audit report is the deliverable. Personal observations are not. I began keeping the log on my third assignment, a reconstruction audit on Keth 4, where I observed behaviors in the Keithrani population that my audit framework could document but not explain. The log is for the things I see that the report cannot hold. I opened the log after submitting my Reconstruction Zone 11 report. I wrote, Assessment Day 5. Settlement Korova. The playground. I have spent 9 assignments finding things that do not work and recommending that they be fixed. This is the first time I have found something that does not fit the model and recommended that the model be ignored. The playgrounds are not efficient. By any metric the hegemony uses, resource units per capita, timeline impact, opportunity cost analysis. They are a waste. The 14,000 resource units spent on playgrounds across Zone 11 could have completed 2 water mains, a medical clinic, and 40% of a power upgrade. These are real costs, real delays. People are drinking suboptimal water and waiting longer for medical care because the settlements chose to build places for children to climb on. And I am recommending no changes. I am recommending no changes because of a girl whose name I do not know. She was 5, perhaps, small, dirty. She climbed a structure that was 3 times her height, and she stood on the top, and she was terrified, and she was exhilarated, and she jumped. A woman caught her. The catch was imperfect. They stumbled. The girl stood up and climbed back to the top and jumped again. 5 times. She jumped 5 times, and on the 5th time she laughed. The hegemony optimal reconstruction model would have me redirect the resources that built that climbing structure to the water main extension. The model says the water main is more important, and in the model's terms, the model is correct. Water is essential. A climbing structure is not, but the model does not account for what it means to be a child who has survived a war and who needs to learn in her body, not in her mind, but in her muscles and her bones and her stomach, that it is possible to be afraid and to choose to act anyway, that it is possible to fall and to survive, that there will be someone below her, that the ground will be soft enough. The model does not account for the woman standing below the platform with her arms raised. The model does not account for the nod. The model does not measure trust, not the abstract concept, but the specific, physical, embodied trust of a child looking down at a 2-meter drop and choosing to believe that someone will catch her. The model does not account for the climb back up. I do not know what to call these structures in hegemony terms. They are not recreational facilities. That classification implies leisure, diversion, entertainment. They are not training facilities. That implies a specific skill being developed for a specific purpose. They are not therapeutic facilities, though I suspect a case could be made. In my personal notes, I am calling them structures designed to teach small humans that falling is survivable and someone will catch them. This is not a classification the hegemony has. Perhaps it should be. I closed my personal log. I reviewed my submitted audit report one final time. It was technically sound. The data supported the recommendation. No reviewer would find fault with it. The report did not mention the girl. It did not mention the jump, the catch, the climb back up. It did not mention Mayron's explanation, or the woman who stood with her arms raised, or the 5th jump when the girl laughed. It mentioned none of these things because the audit framework has no field for them. I have been an efficiency auditor for 9 assignments across 4 species. I have corrected deviations in water systems, power grids, housing allocations, transport networks, and agricultural distribution. I have redirected thousands of resource units from inefficient uses to optimal ones. I have made reconstruction faster, cheaper, and more effective. This is the first time I have looked at a deviation and understood that the deviation was wiser than the model. The humans are building playgrounds in the rubble. They are building them before the water runs clean and the power runs steady and the hospitals are whole. They are building them with salvaged steel and repurposed lumber and road marking paint, and they are building them with the care and precision of people constructing something essential. They are not wrong. On my way out of settlement Korova, I passed the playground one last time. It was late afternoon. The shadows were long. Most of the children had gone home for dinner, but one child remained, a boy, perhaps 8, sitting on top of the climbing structure, not climbing, not sliding, just sitting, looking out over the settlement, the damaged buildings, the unfinished roads, the reconstruction cranes on the horizon. He was sitting on the highest point in his world on a structure that someone had built for him, and he was looking at everything, and he did not appear afraid. I continued walking. I filed my report. I recommended no changes. In the margin of my personal log, in handwriting I do not remember writing, I had added one final line, build them more.
The chorus. The catalog.
Not all transmissions carry information. Some carry something else entirely. I have cataloged the audio transmission profiles of 6 species for the Hegemony Communications Analysis Division. The methodology is standardized. I deploy a passive monitoring array across the reconstruction zone, a network of audio sensors calibrated to capture all transmissions within the audible spectrum of the species in question. The array records continuously. My role is to catalog every transmission type, classify it according to the Hegemony Standard Communication Taxonomy, and compile a species communication profile that can be used for diplomatic, administrative, and intelligence purposes. The taxonomy is comprehensive. It was developed over 4 decades from data spanning 19 species and contains 47 primary communication categories, each with subcategories. The categories cover the full range of known communication behaviors: information exchange, coordination signals, warning calls, territorial declarations, mating vocalizations, distress indicators, hierarchical affirmations, and so on. Every audio transmission produced by every species I have profiled has fit within the taxonomy. Some species use as few as 12 categories. The most complex species I had previously cataloged, the Verath, used 31. The system works because communication across all known species serves identifiable functions. A transmission has a purpose: to convey information, to coordinate action, to signal status, to warn of danger. Identify the function and you classify the transmission. The content is secondary. What matters is what the transmission does. I arrived in Reconstruction Zone 9 with my monitoring array, my classification templates, and my expectation that the human communication profile would be complex but ultimately containable within the taxonomy. Humans are a verbal species with a broad audible range. I anticipated perhaps 35 to 40 categories. I was not prepared for what the data would contain. The initial data was encouraging. Within the first 72 hours, my monitoring array captured approximately 14,000 discrete audio transmission events across Reconstruction Zone 9. I began classification. Category 1: Emergency Communication. Alarm calls, distress signals, urgent coordination. Humans produce these at rates consistent with a post-conflict population. The transmissions were clear, high volume, and functionally unambiguous. I classified 412 events. Category 3: Administrative Coordination. Instructions, status reports, logistical exchanges between reconstruction personnel. 2,109 events. Humans were verbose administrators. Their coordination transmissions averaged 4 times the length of equivalent Verath signals, but the function was identical. Category 7: Personal Communication. Conversations between individuals with no administrative or emergency function. The largest category, as expected for a social species. 6,843 events. Subcategories included familial bonding vocalizations, social maintenance exchanges, conflict resolution dialogues, and recreational verbal interaction. Category 12: Commercial Transaction, Haggling, Pricing, Inventory Discussion. 871 events. The reconstruction markets were active. I proceeded through the taxonomy with growing confidence. The human communication profile was complex. They used more subcategories than any species I had previously cataloged, but it was classifiable. Every transmission had a function. Every function had a category. The system held. By the end of day 3, I had classified approximately 91% of captured transmissions. 9% remained in the unclassified queue pending review. This was normal. Initial passes always leave a residual. Context-dependent transmissions, overlapping signals, ambient noise artifacts. I would clear the queue during detailed review. I began the detailed review on day 4. The queue did not clear. The unclassified transmissions shared characteristics that I could describe but not classify. They were multi-voice events, not conversations, where individuals take turns but simultaneous vocalizations by multiple individuals producing coordinated audio output. The voices were not speaking. They were producing sustained tonal patterns, rising and falling in pitch, varying in volume, following rhythmic structures that repeated with minor variations. I extracted 47 distinct events from the first week's data and analyzed their acoustic properties. Frequency range: broad, spanning the full human vocal range from approximately 80 Hz to 1100 Hz. Significantly wider than conversational speech. Duration: variable from approximately 90 seconds to over 12 minutes, significantly longer than any standard communication event. Participant count: ranging from 2 individuals to, in one event that I checked 3 times to confirm, approximately 40. Rhythmic structure: present in all events. Regular temporal patterns with consistent intervals. Not random, not conversational structured, like a coordination signal, but with no coordinated action observable in the accompanying data. Information content: none that I could identify. I ran linguistic analysis on the vocalizations. Some contained recognizable words, human language fragments, but the words were not arranged in standard communicative syntax. They were arranged by tonal pattern and rhythm. The semantic content, subordinated to the acoustic structure. In several events, the words were repeated, the same phrase cycling, sometimes for minutes. Other events contained no recognizable words at all, only vowel sounds sustained across tonal patterns. I attempted classification. Category 15, ritual vocalization, coordinated audio events associated with religious or ceremonial functions. This was the closest fit, but ritual vocalizations, in every species I had profiled, occur at specific times, in specific locations, led by designated individuals, and follow prescribed patterns. The human events occurred at irregular times in varied locations, were led by no one I could identify, and followed patterns that varied with each occurrence. Category 23, territorial declaration, coordinated vocalizations intended to establish group presence, but territorial declarations are directed outward at competitors, at threats. These vocalizations were directed at nothing. They had no target. They were not warning anyone away. Category 31, distress chorus, simultaneous vocalization by multiple individuals under threat, documented in the Keth and the Morin. But the acoustic profile was wrong. Distress choruses are high frequency, high intensity, dissonant. These transmissions were, I noted this with confusion, harmonically structured. The multiple voices produced tones that related to each other in mathematical ratios. The result was acoustically organized in a way that distress vocalizations never are. I could not classify them. After 3 days of analysis, I moved them to a new temporary file. Unclassified audio events, coordinated tonal vocalization, human. I queried the reconstruction zone's human liaison officer, a woman named Dara Ase. I described the transmissions. I played her a recording. She listened for approximately 4 seconds and said, "That's singing." "Singing," I repeated. "Yes, people singing." She said this as though it explained something. It did not explain anything. "What is the function of this behavior?" She paused. It was the kind of pause I had learned to recognize in humans, not confusion, but the effort of translating something they understood intuitively into terms that could be communicated explicitly. Humans did this frequently. They knew things they could not easily articulate. It depends. Sometimes it's for fun. Sometimes it's for comfort. Sometimes it's part of a ceremony or a celebration, or it's a lot of things. It is communication. Not exactly. Yep. I mean, songs have words usually, but the words aren't the point. Or they are the point, but not in the way that talking is the point. It's more like, she stopped. She started again. You know how sometimes you say something not because you need the other person to know it, but because you need to say it? No, I said. That is not a recognized communication function. She looked at me for a moment with an expression I could not classify either. Then she said, "It's music. Humans make music. We've always made music, since before we had writing, before we had agriculture, before we had cities. We've been singing for as long as we've been human, maybe longer." I noted her response, since before writing, since before agriculture. A behavior older than civilization itself, and my taxonomy had no category for it. "What does it accomplish?" I asked. "Not everything has to accomplish something," she said. Then she corrected herself. "That's not right. It accomplishes something. I just don't know how to say what."
The field.
Some sounds are not made to be heard. They are made to be shared. I decided to observe the behavior directly. My monitoring array captured the acoustic data, but acoustic data alone had proven insufficient. I needed context, the circumstances, the participants, the observable effects. Over the following week, I documented 11 instances of singing across Reconstruction Zone 9. 3 were significant. The first occurred in Settlement Cora, in a temporary housing unit. A woman mid-30s, identified in settlement records as Yael Petrov, was seated beside a sleeping child of approximately 2 years. The child was asleep. I confirmed this with observation, eyes closed, breathing regular, no response to ambient noise. The woman was singing. Her voice was quiet, barely above a whisper. The tonal pattern was simple, repetitive, with a narrow pitch range. The words, when I could distinguish them, were fragmentary phrases about stars, about boats on water, about sleep. The melody, I had learned this word from Ase, cycled approximately every 20 seconds and repeated without variation. I observed for 14 minutes. The child did not wake. The woman did not stop. I noted the discrepancy. If the function of the singing was to induce sleep in the child, it had succeeded within the first 2 minutes, based on the child's respiratory indicators. The remaining 12 minutes of singing served no additional function that I could identify. The child was asleep. The stimulus was no longer needed, yet the woman continued. I watched her face. Her eyes were half closed. Her body swayed slightly with the rhythm. Her breathing had synchronized to the melody's cycle. She appeared to be in a state I could not classify, not distress, not alertness, not sleep. Something between them. Something that the singing was maintaining. She was not singing to put the child to sleep. Or rather, she had been, and now she was singing for some other reason, and the transition had been seamless, and I could not identify the moment when the function had changed. because perhaps the function had not changed. Perhaps both functions existed simultaneously, layered, and I had been wrong to assume that a vocalization could serve only one purpose. The second instance occurred at Reconstruction Site 7, a damaged residential block where a crew of 16 workers was clearing rubble to prepare the foundation for rebuilding. The work was heavy. Manual labor, lifting, carrying, sorting debris. The crew used hand tools and their bodies. It was physically demanding, repetitive, and by all measurable indicators exhausting. At approximately 1400 hours, one of the workers, a man in the middle of the line, began to vocalize. A sustained tone, rhythmic, with words I could not fully distinguish over the ambient noise of the worksite. Within approximately 10 seconds, 3 other workers had joined. Within 30 seconds, 9 of the 16 were vocalizing together. They were singing. I recorded the acoustic profile. The voices were rough, working voices, strained by exertion, not producing the clean tonal patterns of the mother's lullaby. The rhythm was steady but not synchronized to the physical labor. I checked this specifically because my initial hypothesis was that the singing functioned as a work coordination signal, a cadence, like the timing calls used by mooring construction crews. But the workers' physical movements did not align to the singing's rhythm. They lifted at different times, carried different loads, worked at different paces. The singing was not coordinating the work. I watched for 20 minutes. The singing continued without interruption, though the individual voices changed. A worker would stop singing to take a drink of water or shift position, and another would begin. The song was not maintained by any single voice. It was maintained by the group. It existed between them, sustained by their collective participation, and it did not require all of them at any given moment. The foreman, a woman named Brielle Santos, was not singing. She was directing the work, calling out instructions. I approached her during a brief pause. The singing, I said, what is its function in the work process? She wiped her forehead, keeps the spirits up. Spirits, morale, energy, makes the work feel less, she gestured at the rubble, less like this. It does not coordinate the physical labor. No, it's not about the labor, it's about the people doing the labor. I wrote in my notes, vocalization does not coordinate physical work but affects the psychological state of the workers. Mechanism unclear. Santos looked at me. Stay until dusk, she said. That's when it really starts. I stayed. The afternoon progressed. The work continued. The singing came and went, sometimes present, sometimes absent. Like weather. During a difficult section of rubble removal, where the crew was working around a partially collapsed support beam, the singing stopped entirely. The work required concentration, verbal coordination, careful physical movement. When the beam was secured and the danger passed, the singing returned within minutes, not restarted by a signal, not initiated by any identifiable individual. It simply resumed as though it had been waiting. At approximately 17:30 hours, the foreman called the end of the workday. The crew set down their tools, they stretched, they drank water, some sat on the rubble they had been clearing. The light was amber, the sun low, the shadows long, the damaged buildings casting geometric patterns across the site. One voice started. It was not the same as the daytime singing. The daytime singing had been casual, fragmented, layered over labor. This was different. The voice that began was clear and deliberate. A woman, I could not identify her from my position, standing at the edge of the cleared area, facing west toward the light. She sang a single line. A second voice joined, not repeating the line but adding to it a different tone, lower, running parallel. Then a third, higher, threading above the first two, then more. One by one, then in clusters, the workers added their voices. Not all of them, some simply sat and listened, but enough. 10 voices, 12, 13. The sound built. I have spent my career analyzing audio transmissions. I have processed millions of data points across 6 species. I have cataloged every form of vocalization that the hegemony standard communication taxonomy recognizes. I had never heard anything like this. The voices were not identical. They were rough from the day's labor. Some were strong, some were thin, some cracked on the higher tones. One man's voice was so deep it was more vibration than pitch. I could feel it in my chest before I could hear it. A young woman's voice soared above the rest, clear and sharp, carrying a melodic line that the others supported but did not follow. They were not producing the same sound. They were producing complementary sounds, different tones, different rhythms, different volumes, that combined into a single acoustic event. My instruments registered it as multiple overlapping audio sources. I do not have the correct word. My experience of it was not multiple overlapping sources. It was one thing. One sound made of many sounds that was larger and more complex than any individual voice and yet was recognizably whole. The words I caught fragments, something about a river, something about going home, something about a morning that had not yet arrived. The words were simple. They did not carry complex information. They were, I understood suddenly, vessels. They were shapes designed to carry the tones, the way a riverbed carries water. The meaning was not in the words. The meaning was in the sound itself, in the act of producing it together, in the way 13 imperfect voices became one voice that none of them could have produced alone. I stood at the edge of the worksite and I listened, and I felt something that my classification system had no category for. The singing lasted approximately 7 minutes. It ended not abruptly but gradually, voices dropping away, the sound thinning until only the first woman's voice remained, singing the final line alone. Then silence. The workers began to gather their things. Some spoke quietly. Some did not speak at all. They moved differently than they had before the singing. Something in their posture, their pace, had changed. They looked, for lack of a more precise term, lighter. I checked my instruments. I had recorded the entire event. The acoustic data was there: frequency analysis, amplitude mapping, spectral profile. The data was complete. The data described sound waves. It did not describe what I had heard. I remained at the worksite after the crew departed. I sat on a concrete block and I replayed the recording through my earpiece. The acoustic profile was accurate. The frequencies were correct. The amplitudes were precise. It was the same sound, but it was not. Hearing it through the earpiece, a reproduction, a copy, a technically perfect rendering of the original, I could identify the individual voices, the tonal relationships, the structural patterns. I could analyze it. I could begin to classify it. What I could not reproduce was the experience of standing among the voices. The recording captured the sound. It did not capture the air vibrating. It did not capture the feeling of 13 chests expanding simultaneously, of breath taken together and released as tone. It did not capture the way the deep voice resonated in my sternum, or the way the high voice made something in my neck tighten, or the way the combined sound pressed against my skin from all directions at once. The singing was not a transmission. A transmission travels from origin to destination. The singing did not travel. It occupied. It filled the space. It was not sent from the singers to an audience. There was no audience. The singers were singing to each other, but that was not quite right either. They were singing with each other. They were producing something that could only exist between them, something that required all of their voices and belonged to none of them. I wrote in my notes, the phenomenon called singing does not transmit information from a source to a recipient. It creates a shared acoustic space that the participants inhabit simultaneously. The function is not communication. The function is collective presence, shared being. The taxonomy has no term. I crossed out shared being. It was imprecise. It was also the most accurate thing I had written.
The report.
The catalog cannot hold what the catalog was never designed to measure. I spent 14 days compiling the human species communication profile for Reconstruction Zone 9. The standard categories were extensive. Humans used 43 of the taxonomy's 47 primary categories, the highest number ever recorded for a single species. Their communication was dense, varied, context-dependent, and extraordinarily layered. A single conversation between two humans could shift between 4 or 5 functional categories within minutes, from information exchange to social bonding, to conflict to humor to coordination and back. No species I had previously profiled exhibited this degree of functional fluidity in their communication. I documented this in the profile. I noted the subcategory counts, the frequency distributions, the contextual patterns. The profile was thorough. It was the most complex communication catalog I had produced, and it was incomplete. The singing remained in my unclassified file. 392 discrete events captured over 28 days. I had analyzed them exhaustively. I had audio profiles for each event, contextual observations for the 47 I had witnessed directly, interview data from 14 human participants. The data was complete. The classification was not. I reviewed my options. I could omit the singing from the profile entirely. It represented only 3.4% of total captured audio events. A footnote statistically. But omitting a behavior this pervasive, this consistent, this clearly fundamental to the species, a behavior that, according to Ase, predated their civilization, would be a dereliction of my cataloging responsibilities. I could force classify it. Category 15, ritual vocalization, was the nearest fit. I could write a justification, note the atypical features, file it with a caveat. This was the safe option. The taxonomy would remain intact. My profile would be complete, but it would be wrong. The singing was not ritual vocalization. It was not any existing category, forced or otherwise. Calling it ritual vocalization would be like calling a river a road because both connect 2 points, technically defensible, functionally meaningless. I opened a new file. I began drafting a proposal to add a category to the hegemony standard communication taxonomy. The last addition had been Category 47, deceptive signaling, added 11 years ago after the Kren conflict. Adding a category required a formal proposal, a justification memorandum, supporting data, and approval from the Taxonomy Review Board. I designated it Category 48, the official designation as I entered it into the proposal, Category 48. Collective harmonic vocalization, non-informational. The definition: coordinated multi-voice audio events characterized by tonal structuring, rhythmic patterning, and harmonic relationships between participants. Distinguished from all existing categories by the absence of identifiable information content and the absence of a specific functional objective, coordination, warning, territorial ritual. The behavior appears to serve a collective experiential function, the creation of a shared acoustic state that the participants inhabit simultaneously. I read the definition back. Collective experiential function, shared acoustic state. These were terms I had invented. The taxonomy had no existing terminology because it had never needed one. Every previous category described a communication behavior with an identifiable purpose. This was the first category that described a behavior whose purpose was the behavior itself. The justification memorandum stated, "The human species exhibits a pervasive audio behavior, termed singing, or music in their language, that does not conform to any existing category in the hegemony standard communication taxonomy. The behavior is documented across all observed population segments, occurs in all environmental contexts: labor, rest, distress, celebration, solitude, and social gathering, and has been self-reported by the species as predating their recorded history. The behavior cannot be classified as informational communication, no information content, coordination signaling, no synchronized action, ritual vocalization, no prescribed form, no designated leaders, no specific ceremonial context, territorial declaration, no external target or distress chorus, harmonic structure inconsistent with distress. It represents a fundamentally novel communication behavior, not previously documented in any hegemony cataloged species. The behavior is notable for producing acoustic events that are structurally more complex than any individual participant could generate alone. The singing creates a composite audio phenomenon, multiple voices producing complementary tones that form a unified harmonic structure that exists only in the shared space between participants and ceases to exist when the participation ends. Recommendation: formal addition of Category 48 to the Hegemony Standard Communication Taxonomy, with the human species as the type specimen. I submitted the proposal with full supporting data, 392 recorded events, contextual analyses, interview transcripts, acoustic profiles. In the data package, there was one file I almost did not include. It was the recording from the work crew at dusk, the 13 voices, the 7 minutes, the sound that my instruments had captured perfectly and that the capture had not contained. I included it. The taxonomy review board would hear the frequencies. They would not hear what I had heard, but the frequencies were the data, and the data was what the proposal required. My species communication profile for humans was submitted on cataloging day 28. It was, by any standard metric, the most comprehensive profile I had produced, 43 standard categories documented, one new category proposed, extensive supporting data. My supervisor acknowledged it as exemplary work. The acknowledgement felt incomplete, though I could not have explained why. On the evening of cataloging day 30, my final full day in Reconstruction Zone 9, I returned to Reconstruction Site 7. I told myself it was for supplementary observation, final documentation, closing notes. The work crew was there. Different workers than the first time the crews rotated, but some faces I recognized. Santos was there directing the last hour of labor. The rubble was nearly cleared now. The foundation was visible, clean concrete, ready for rebuilding. The work was almost done. I set up my monitoring equipment at the edge of the site. I positioned my directional microphone. I calibrated my instruments. Then I turned them off. I do not know exactly why I did this. I have been a cataloger for 9 assignments. My instruments are an extension of my professional identity. Without them, I am not working. Without them, I am simply present, a body in a space, receiving sound waves with no means of recording, analyzing, or classifying them. I sat on the same concrete block where I had sat 16 days earlier, and I waited. The sun descended. The light turned amber, then gold, then a deep warm color that humans call, I had learned, the golden hour. The shadows lengthened. The work slowed. Santos called the end of the day. The workers set down their tools, and the singing began. It was different from the first time. Different voices, different tones, a different melody, or perhaps the same melody altered by the different participants. I could not be certain because my instruments were off and I was not analyzing the acoustic profile. I was listening. A woman started. A man joined, lower, grounding. Two more voices, then four, then eight. The sound built in the cooling air. It rose from the cleared rubble and the clean foundation and the damaged buildings around the site, and it filled the space between the workers the way the last light filled the sky, not directed, not aimed, not transmitted. Simply present. I listened. I did not count the voices. I did not estimate the frequency range. I did not note the rhythmic structure or the harmonic relationships. I did none of the things I am trained to do, and in the absence of these habits I discovered something. The singing was not something to be captured. My recording from 16 days ago was accurate, every frequency preserved, every amplitude documented. But accuracy was not the same as truth. The truth of the singing was not in its acoustic properties. The truth was in the being there, in the way the sound entered through the ears and continued into the chest and the stomach and the bones, in the way it synchronized something, not the physical labor, but something beneath the labor, something in the people themselves. Their breathing aligned, their bodies stilled. For the duration of the singing, they were not 16 separate individuals who happened to be in the same place. They were one thing, one voice, one presence, temporary, voluntary, purposeless in any way my taxonomy could recognize, and more real than anything I had ever catalogued. I sat on my concrete block, and the singing washed over me, and I understood, not with my analytical framework but with something older, something I did not know I had, that the humans were not making music. They were making themselves. They were using their voices to construct something between them, a structure as real as the buildings they were rebuilding, but made of sound and breath and intention, and it lasted only as long as the singing lasted, and when it ended they would be separate again, and tomorrow they would build it again. This is what Ase could not articulate. This is what Santos meant by spirits. This is what the mother was doing after the child fell asleep, not singing to the child, but singing to sustain the invisible architecture of connection between them, because silence would let it dissolve, and she was not ready for it to dissolve. The singing lasted 9 minutes. When the last voice faded, the workers gathered their things and began to leave. Some nodded to each other. One man put his hand on another's shoulder, a brief touch, saying nothing, saying everything. They dispersed into the evening. I remained. I packed my monitoring equipment. I did not review the day's data because there was no data. I had spent an hour at a worksite with my instruments turned off. In my entire career, I had never spent an hour at a field site without recording. It was the most complete observation I had ever made. My species communication profile was filed. My Category 48 proposal was in review. The data was comprehensive. The analysis was sound. The documentation was thorough. The Taxonomy Review Board would evaluate it on its merits. They might approve it. They might not. The singing would continue either way, indifferent to classification. I wrote one final entry in my personal observation log, a document I had begun keeping during this assignment. The first time in 9 assignments I had felt the need for notes that existed outside the official record. Cataloging Day 30. Final observation. Reconstruction Site 7. I have spent my career cataloging the sounds that species make. I have classified alarm calls and mating songs and territorial declarations and coordination signals and distress choruses, and 42 other categories of vocalization, each one serving an identifiable function, each one containable within the taxonomy. Today, I turned off my instruments and listened to humans sing, and I understood that the taxonomy is not wrong. It is simply incomplete in a way I could not have recognized until I heard something it could not hold. The singing does not transmit information. It does not coordinate action. It does not signal status or territory or danger. It creates, for the duration of the sound, a shared space in which the participants are briefly one thing, not metaphorically, acoustically. Their voices merge into a harmonic structure that none of them could produce alone, and for as long as that structure exists, they are not separate. They are a chorus. I do not know if the hegemony has ever encountered a species that can do this, that can use their voices to temporarily dissolve the boundary between individuals and exist, for a few minutes, as a single collective sound. Perhaps we have, and we classified it as something else. Perhaps we heard the frequencies and missed the phenomenon. Category 48 is a beginning. It names the behavior. It does not explain the experience. I am not certain the experience can be explained. I am not certain it should be. The humans sing because singing makes them, for a moment, more than themselves. They sing because they can produce together a beauty that none of them contains alone. They sing in the rubble of their destroyed cities and at the bedsides of their sleeping children and in the dark of their shelters when the power fails. And the singing does not fix anything and does not solve anything and does not rebuild anything. And they do it anyway. And it is the most remarkable thing I have ever heard. My monitoring equipment is packed. My report is filed. Tomorrow I leave Reconstruction Zone 9. Tonight, walking back to my quarters through the settlement, I heard singing from an open window. Two voices, soft, harmonizing. I did not stop to record it. I did not identify the singers. I did not analyze the acoustic profile. I slowed my pace and I listened, and I let it pass through me, and I kept walking. It was enough.